Where are you from?
Yeah, because they're all back there. Or over there. Where were you out? Miami. Spent a lot of time in Miami. Oh, when did you fly? Right. And they're the same thing, they just don't have them. Yeah, I've been doing unmanned stuff since 2000. Yeah, in that game a long, long time. Relatively speaking. Yeah, I'm more than happy to, because I actually have the software on my laptop. I can bring it over and I can show you in real time how it works. Video and everything. We actually, the research center has bought a copy of our software.
How are we doing?
Working with it. Yeah. So they're familiar with the in fact, for the procurement that they went out with for that one, there were, I forget the number, but 5 or 6, they were a fairly large number of people that responded to it. Most of them were sensor provided, and then there was ourselves. And for this one part of the capability, that's what we was responding to. All of the other sensor providers included our stuff. Yeah, so it was kind of one of those things that they were all in agreement that if you want this capability, this is the capability. In fact, right now, there is doing a formal test. 263. Actually, the unmanned, yeah, the small unmanned. Yeah. Oh, did you know Dr. Jennifer Prentice? mean, it's been imminent for a long, long time now, but I mean, we've been told like literally in the next week or so, and then the results are even better than they had expected. And it's indicative not only of the maritime, but of the land, not only of the kind of boats, but the life jackets. That will
So I have to remember.
I have talked with N95. I have talked to some folks in N95. And I've just talked to no, I don't know that name. If you'd like to look me up, I'd be happy to go and see. One of those folks, I'm the only one here, so it's a matter of who I know and then who I know that know the other people. That'd be great. No, we have software that. This is why I had. I tried to. Otherwise, I had to bring out the laptop, open it up, just a couple of different things that will give you an idea of how much layer is that. So this is unprocessed. And you live there where you've got a big ocean. How are you ever going to find something? Now, we are looking at the audit. That's something. And we will do it. We actually find them. And so what that allows is you're always having to sub-optimize because you have to either fly lower or zoom in with your sensor is fixed where you would much rather fly higher and with a broader view so that you can do the search quicker. So since we pick things up when there's still just a couple of pixels inside, and you're not going to miss so much. And it will pick up multiple. This is actually in Melbourne on a beautiful day, so there's all kinds of options out there. And there's actually, obviously I don't have it here on this little snippet, but there's a sensitivity that you can play with so that it has so obviously the much higher the sea state, you're going to change that sensitivity because otherwise it will start to pick up the light. And the operator who's using the software very quickly figures out where that light is. The other thing that you change is if the issue has changed. So for example, everything now you're going to but that's probably made out of fiberglass or something, you know, so, but there's, and over time, that's just, he was on. I think it was really seasick. You know, and so then it's just on.
Good morning, folks. We'll get underway in about 30 seconds. If you'd like to take your seats and top off your coffee. Thanks. Well, good morning, and thank you all for being with us today. My name is Bob Fadler. I'm with the Reserve Officers Association. I'm our Director of Army Affairs and our Director of Strategic Defense Education. And we do about, depending on how you want to count them, about 80 to 100 programs a year. But we are very privileged to do many of these programs with some of the great, great associations and think tanks of America. And I'm going to absolutely put into that category the Alliance for Peacebuilding and the Association of Unmanned Vehicle Systems International. It's been a real pleasure to work with Colonel Retired Chris Holshek, who's sitting up front here, and Joel Coulter. Chris with the Alliance and Joel with the AUVSI. There's been a lot of work to put a program like this together with panels going throughout the day and extraordinary quality of the programs. But I would simply like to welcome everybody to come back to go to our website if you'd like to hear about others of our programs. They are just a range of programs. And just for example, we're doing a program in early October with the Foreign Policy Research Institute on Southeast Asia and political and economic relationships. Shortly thereafter, again with Colonel Holshek, we're doing a program with George Mason University on our 20th program on civil affairs roundtables, which gets into stabilization, reconstruction operations, and various aspects of that. Many people in this audience might find that of interest. We're doing a program on 17 October called Monuments Men. You may be familiar with George Clooney's got a movie coming out on that in December. Based on a book, and that tells the story of the American military and the preservation of cultural items during in war-torn areas. A number of very interesting people from the military and curators from museums will be on that program. We're doing a program on Syria in late October, a program on energy with the Army War College in November, and that just touches some of the bigger programs we've got coming up. I'm going to just be brief for about 10 more seconds and just remind people, if you got your cell phones, please put them on vibrate or turn them off. Men's room is off to the left down that corridor, ladies' room off to the right. If we can be of any help to you, just come up to myself. We have our administrative offices on the 4th floor. The person down there, Joe, would be more than happy to help anybody if you need a telephone or a computer or copying service or anything like that as we go through the day. There will be, of course, lunch served at noontime today. And with that, I'd like to introduce Colonel Retired Chris Holshek to introduce the remainder of the program. Thank you.
What I'd like to do today is, if you would just show the next slide, is to thank all of those, and you can see that this is what one would call a coalition of the willing. But quite a coalition. There are a lot of very diverse groups mentioned here. And I think that reflects what this meeting is all about today. And what this meeting is all about today, if you would please, the next slide, is to change this narrative. When we think about unmanned vehicles, we think almost entirely about this. And yet, and the genesis, if I may, Joel, to explain the genesis of this particular meeting today, the genesis of this is a meeting that we had in March where I was asked to come from behalf of the Alliance and talk about the other uses of this in peace building and stability operations, to include such things as saving wildlife, as human rights monitoring, as development assistance, agriculture, in humanitarian assistance, helping to figure out where the refugees are and where they may be going so that the camp planning and things of that nature can be done better. There are just dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of uses for this technology that we have hardly discussed, because this is the overwhelming narrative. And so what we're here to do today is to launch a campaign to end that and talk about using this technology for peace and not just for conflict. And so that's why we have a very, very interesting group of people here today from all kinds of organizations, not just even from Washington, D.C., to just begin to get into this, talk about what the issues might be that may be policy related, that may be operational, or that may be a combination of all of those things. It's a very complex subject, obviously, and I'm certainly not an expert in certainly the technological aspects of it, but we certainly have a lot of people here today who can do that. And so what I'm going to ask Joel to do is to come on up and explain the program today because there have been a few minor changes as late as just last night, but I think they're actually very good changes. And we have some really great people who are able to show up, and one of them very special to us, Al Santoli, who is here today to talk it from the more the peace building perspective. And he's now got a good clean bill of health, so he's able to come and join us today. So that's absolutely fantastic news. We were hanging on our fingernails for that. So Joel, would you please come on up and explain, and then we'll begin with panel one.
Thank you, Chris, and welcome everyone, and welcome. I see a lot of familiar faces. I just want to really say a little bit about AUVSI, our DC chapter here. We have a whole new board. Our headquarters chapter has a whole new board this year. And you can basically say for the last several years we've been very DoD-centric. We've been about the platforms. And when the new board got in, and Christine, where are you here? Christine's here from Deloitte. When the new board got in, boy, they said, Joe, we're not doing DoD as much. We're going to do R&D. We're going to do agriculture and things. So they've been very supportive of this initial event that we're having. It is part of a campaign, a series. We're going to be at George Mason in December. With another group talking about critical infrastructure protection. But as far as today, we have a few minor changes. If you could, next slide, please. The first panel is good to go. We have great that Lynn Wells is here, and Lynn Schneider, Walter Dorn, and Kevin Ochos, and really you need to listen to Kevin. He's a guy with operational experience on the ground like nobody's I've ever seen. I met him only a month ago, and we've spent a lot of time together. On the second panel, we do have one change. Paul Morgan had to be in Houston with the oil and gas company, so he could not make this. So that and Rita Grossman, she had a baby, and so it basically said she had a good excuse. And we had and so in the second we had Mr. Jason Hayes. He's going to be here for lunch, and then I lost two people. And let me tell you, this is how fast this is moving. Okay, so John Markey is with Turkey today, mining. Ken Hamilton is with NavAir. So we graciously have Al Santoli to join in that panel. And I'm so glad to have him because I was with him in 2003 when he got his first funding to go down to Sulu, Mindanao, and Abu Sayyaf, which was actually a more dangerous environment than Afghanistan at the time. And I was able to help him stabilize that region with a very unique bottom-up approach, which I'm sure he'll talk to you about. And we have one change in the presentations for the UAS studies, which I really think is important here. A lot of people on the study side, Christine Brim is presenting for Ben Lerner at the end of today. So that's the changes we have, and I look forward to starting off the first event with Christopher Holchek, and may the first panel come on up for that. Thank you much.
So if we could have the first panel come on up and take your place in front of the place cards. While you're coming on up, I'll explain a couple of other things. If you would show that, yeah. At the end of this today, we have a social that has been graciously supported by a number of our sponsors. There should be a flyer on that in the folder that you got this morning. You're welcome to come on over and network and talk about some of this stuff a little bit further. That'll be immediately after all of this. And then, excuse me, last but not least, the presentations and the materials that have been brought here to be shared with other people are being captured and will be put on the AUVSI DC chapter website. In addition, this meeting is being webcast and recorded. And if, for those of you who are not here, you can see this. For those of you who are not here, you're watching it. But if you had people who couldn't make it and you know that, tell them to go to the ROA website and look under events and then go all the way down to the bottom, and then you'll see that there is a YouTube page. You can also just go straight to YouTube and then just search for ROA there. And this particular event will be archived there on YouTube. So if you wanted to see any particular panel presentation or any discussion on this, then you can go back and look at that. So I just wanted to make that known to everybody. So without any further ado, we're going to have the first panel. Well, okay, I'll stay here. I was going to move back and forth. This is a really good panel to kind of get things going, and they have the enormous task of kind of doing what one you would call for the military the shaping operation. This is to kind of put everything across the rest of the day. As I said earlier, what we're not going to discuss today, and if you're here to discuss that, you're going to be terribly disappointed, but what we're not just here to discuss today are the sort of kinetic uses of this technology. We're not here to discuss intelligence. We're not here even to discuss ISR in so much that it is all about finding bad guys and killing them. It's all about improving situational awareness and understanding for more strategic endeavors such as peace building. And so that's what this panel is here to do today. And I have on the panel today Lynn Schneider, Lynn Wells, Dr. Walter Dorn, and Kevin Oshchus from SWA. So we've got a pretty interesting mix of folks here. So what I'm going to do without wasting any time is bring up the first slide presentation, and Lynn, you're up.
It's wonderful technology. Hi, I'm Lynn Schneider. Just a quick background, I'm a Lieutenant Colonel in the Army Reserve. I've been in civil affairs for about 21 years, and I've had 3 tours to Iraq, 1 civilian tour as a DoD employee. I won't belabor any more than that, but we've had boots on the ground, just like Lynn. So first I'd like to say thank you to Joel and the team and ROA for holding this. By the way, I'm a lifetime member of ROA. I don't know if that helps me at all, but just briefly, next slide. I just want to use this as a quick refresher for folks. I'm not going to go into details, but civil military operations is key for stabilization, and of course these are the civil affairs activities that are supported across the board as we go into kinetic or non-kinetic operations. And then we have these different functional areas: rule of law, governance, infrastructure, etc. What's really important is that when you're looking at these capabilities that we provide, economic stability is key. You know, one of the big issues we had in Iraq was we couldn't stabilize the population, and you can't stabilize security unless the population stabilizes and they're working with you. So one of the big issues we had also was feeding people. Iraq, for instance, was a 70% exporter of its agricultural goods. After Saddam Hussein left, they were a 70% importer. So if I'd have had the capability of a UAV system, while we had it there kinetically, it was expensive, right? So we couldn't use the same streaming for non-kinetic operations, but it would have been extremely helpful to me to be able to plan ahead for agricultural development, seeing where the dry areas were, where is the water exactly, what's happening, with the local communities, where are they actually going to get their food? We could drive around and do it, but that's a little more dangerous. So I just wanted to say, so any of these areas can be enhanced by the use of UAV information. And as mentioned, there's been a definite surge in the interest in the development and use of unmanned aerial vehicles for agriculture. And it's probably potentially the largest application that's going to be out there is agriculture development, which includes your water elements of that, right? And what's important is that farmers and planners can use this to scout crops, detect nutrient deficiencies, assess flood or drought damage. For instance, I'm working right now, our unit's really focused on foreign consequence management. That's what we're going to do. I'm on the 361st Civil Affairs Brigade out of UCOM. And although that sounds odd, we are really involved heavily in this activity. So one of the areas that we focused on was in the country of Georgia. We went to Tbilisi and helped do some monitoring there. But had they been able to have this information, all of that activity, we could have planned for food drops. We could have planned where people were going to go much better with the local population, with their ministries, right? What we were going to be able to do. Also, you could see where the dead animals were and where they were floating, where's the disease, all that's available if you have these small UAVs providing data streams back to the headquarters for planning. One of the other things, in my notes section in my slides, I have references, so if you want to go back, they're in the notes section of my slides. But there's a gentleman by the name of Rory Paul, and he's an owner of Volt Aerial Robotics out of St. Louis. And he said in South Africa, they're even using this to monitor breeding operations. So they're able to see, you talk about Africa, it's huge, right? So they're able to monitor breeding operations, which is really crucial for food supply and for income, right, for the farmers, for their income, and ranchers. Next slide. So I'm not going to read this to you. You can read it yourself, but why UAVs are important in stabilization scenarios. Again, the dropping of food. We did a huge food drop in Montenegro. Had we been able to see through the use of UAVs where that data is more readable than you have these large systems that are out there, or satellite views. We'd have been able to drop the right food to the right places much easier working with the State Department last winter in the snowstorm. The farmers were starving, their cattle were starving, and we didn't know where people were. So it was really a challenge, and the people in the country didn't know, and the State Department didn't know. Again, it's really important for us to be able to work with the NGOs, PRTs, whatever's out there in these areas. And I think it's behooves us to collaborate in this kind of effort where now the cost of these UAVs you can share the cost amongst people, which I think is really important. One thing I wanted to mention, as we work with these different countries and working on delivering emergency care drops or trying to keep NGOs out of the way of the bad guys with accidental incursion into hostile areas, or looking at different elements, there's both Lockheed Martin and IBM are these big data, they're your big data gatherers, and if I can get the information from these data, right, and put it into a gaming scenario, I can now train my soldiers. I can also train the NGOs on how to work with me using gaming of, pick a country. Let's just say Libya, for example, where things are nice and peaceful and quiet. And I'll be able to see where's the oil activity, where are the bad guys, where are the people congregating that are starving, who's coming across the border, right? Because it has an impact on the stabilization of that community. Next slide. Now, this is not to be read, obviously. The point here is that there are dozens of references available for what's happening around the globe for the use of private and commercial UAVs. And I don't want to say this negatively, but we tend to want to reinvent the wheel. And if you go out and just do a little bit of research, you'll find dozens and dozens and dozens of universities and research centers already focused on this side of the UAV world. So partner with these people. The University of Texas, Austin, you have the Colorado State University in Fort Collins, although they might be kind of wet right now. You have some other areas that are, it's all over the place. Canada, Japan, So next slide. I'm trying to keep my time down. Cut me off when I'm at the end. So since the beginning of 2013, I noticed there's been a real uptick in the interest in the use of UAVs and drones for agriculture and environmental applications, right? So it's been driven by the media, partially, and the egg sector. It's huge. I have a farm in North Dakota, fairly large farm, and I would like to be able to use this inexpensively to work with the guy who's renting my land to figure out where the spots are on the farm, right, that need more water, where there's crop disease, i.e. you can use it in when UN sends grain to certain countries for planting. All of this can be pulled together for information that's not just U.S.-based, but foreign consequence management, humanitarian assistance-based. One thing I want to mention, too, is that years ago, Disney was already partnered with Kraft Food to look at experimental domains in desert lands, right? And now they're looking at using UAVs to help that out. So if anybody's interested in that, call Disney and Kraft Foods. Next slide. One simple application is crop scouting, which I mentioned before. It's now very cost efficient, which is why it's crucial. You can use something very simple like a helicopter or quadcopter. The farmer can stand and get a bird's eye view of where his problems are in the field. Next slide. The next application is mapping. The data feeds to handheld delivery devices can tell somebody in India where they need to take if their crops are good and where their food can be delivered, right? So your grain can be delivered here, and this is the quality of the grain that you have, and this is how much money you're going to get. Next slide. One thing that's very important is precision planting. You can actually get, you can see on here, you can see where the wet patches are and where standing water is, and that's really bad for crops. And then, of course, there's all the legal issues around it. In the U.S., it's an FAA issue, but in other countries like Japan, Turkey, etc., you don't have the legal issues that you're dealing with like you do here. So they're able to experiment more. Next slide. Lastly, around water management, you have the use of small autonomous UAVs for fisheries, wildlife, watershed management, and so on. The important thing here is in like countries like Oman, they feed their people by using fish farms, right? So fish farms are crucial. So how can you manage and monitor what's going on in these small fish farms that the communities are really important. Next slide. All I want to say here is ISOA is really involved in this, and they're really interested in this topic. Last slide. I don't want to steal Al's thunder because I know Al, but very quickly, one example is that the Philippines is faced with multiple problems such as food security and resiliency and efficiency of agriculture and aquaculture. So they're actually using UAVs where they went from not having any crop production in their rice paddies, which is really important for them, right? They eat a lot of rice in the Philippines. They were having to import rice, to being able to have lush crops in a lot of the areas. And this was based on the UAV data feedback. And there's all kinds of things you can do. There's rule of law issues. The Philippines is also using it to monitor illegal logging operations. So there's just a plethora of activity that you can use UAVs for. And Lynn, you're next.
Thanks. Lynn, would you mind if there were any burning questions before we go over from Lynn's presentation? Are there any questions that we would want to ask? Or do we want to wait till the end of the panel?
Wait, I think.
Let's wait till the end of the panel. I wanted to kind of play that a little bit flexibly, but and the interesting thing, Lynn Wells in his presentation, he's totally going to be anti-DOD today because being from DOD, we of course know that these guys invented PowerPoint. He has no slides.
Thank you. So the subject here is peace building and stability ops. But I'd also like to include missions such as humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, building partner capacity. The technologies are very similar for them. There are 6 broad categories of UAVs, of which 3 are sort of relevant today. One is reconnaissance, one is logistics, one is civil and commercial. Those 3 are relevant. So targeting, combat, and R&D are not something really thinking about. The missions, Lynn has already talked about some, but some others one can think about would be human rights monitoring, compliance monitoring with various agreements, refugee flows and where to set up camps. Very important increasingly in a responsibility to protect world is mass atrocities and how you can both anticipate them and respond to them. But something I think that's going to become increasingly important is the whole issue of transport by UAVs, particularly as we get to the helicopter, unmanned helicopters, and then other things like search and rescue. Plus there's some really interesting missions as archaeology. I mean, things that could be very important to the host nation. just all sorts of innovative low-cost systems out there. One of the most interesting things I saw was in the Tides demonstration last year, where someone had brought in a styrofoam, basically, it was not styrofoam, but a lightweight foam airplane. And the idea was, how could you put this in the hands of local operators quickly? And so it's designed not to require a data link, not to require a control system, but basically you just program waypoints off of your cell phone. And it downloads to a thumb drive once you land it. But the whole system, airplane, camera, controls, whatever, was like $250 for a delivered aircraft. And so this now begins to get you into cost price points that can be very attractive to all sorts of folks who might not have had it before. There's been a concern about intelligence. I understand the concern about intelligence. I understand the concern about associating sort of lethal drones with strikes from the sky. But General Flynn, who's now the director of DIA, wrote a very important article a couple of years ago where he talked about green, white, and red. And his point was, in Afghanistan, we are overly focused, in his view, on red, intelligence about the Taliban, intelligence about the bad guy, if you will. But in point of fact, in these types of operations, green operations about the local, green information about the local government, and white information about the local population is equally, in fact, perhaps more important than just information about the bad guys. And the green gets into this very important area of building effective institutions. I mean, it's one thing to be able to have a system in place operated by an NGO, operated by civil affairs team, something like that. But ultimately, this has to be sustainable by local populations in their worlds with their resources. I mean, it doesn't do any good if we have everybody dependent on World Bank or AID grants forever. So how can we turn this into a sort of, if you will, a profit-making enterprise so that the extra resources from the agricultural improvements can fund the continuation of the UAV? So that needs to be part of our thinking. We've also done a lot of thinking about information versus intelligence. And so imagine, and this particularly comes in the area of social media. So in Benghazi, or in the whole Libya operation, suppose somebody tweets that says explosion, casualties, need ambulance. Okay, well, that's clearly information. That's clearly outside the sphere and of any sort of military operation. But suppose that tweet gets picked up and brought to the intelligence shop on board the USS Mount Whitney in the Med. That same factoid of information now gets into intelligence channels and is used for intelligence. But in point of fact, it does nothing to corrupt, if you will, the original purpose or intent of the transmission. And so I think there needs to be a dialogue about just, what one should not demonize the intelligence community for making use of open source information, just as the intelligence community shouldn't demonize the open source community for not wanting to work with it. The NGOs have very good reasons for not wanting to be tainted by their association with militaries or governments. At the same time, if information gets picked up and used by governments for their purposes, as long as it's out there in the open source, that's a natural fact of the flow of data. So I think there needs to be a discussion about, on both sides, about just how we can live better together in this free-flowing information world. There's also the question about crowdsourcing of some of this. Sam Bendett will talk to you later on about some of the really innovative things that are going on at Camp Roberts in Central California about testing and opportunities in environments where it's safe to fail, it's okay to fail. But one of the things that came out of that was crowdsourcing damage assessments. So, okay, you take pictures of buildings after a hurricane comes through, and you can sit there and have one per person try to analyze thousands and thousands of images, or you can farm it out to 1,000 people and say, just tell me, is it heavy damage, medium damage, light damage? And then you go back and focus your attention on the areas where there's heavy damage. This has also been done in South Sudan when people are looking at refugee camps are being set up, villages have been damaged. If you sit there and have a few few number of analysts working on it. It takes forever. If you crowdsource, it can be done very quickly. Anyway, the procedures are put in place at Camp Roberts for crowdsourcing were used in Hurricane Sandy. And FEMA made the point they were able to get aid days earlier than they would otherwise have been if they had not used this. So I think in any of the kind of operations we're talking about, in the peacekeeping stability operations, we ought to keep crowdsourcing in mind as a way of bringing more eyes on target, if you will. Just a couple more points. We've got an interesting operation, or interesting study underway, an open source ISR in Africa, so intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance. And I see this as support to peacekeepers, not just support to lethal kinetic operations. But there's also the sense that intelligence is seen in Africa as having a context of kind of the thugs who are used to keep the local kleptocracy in power. But in point of fact, there are a whole series of new transnational threats, ranging from environment to drug cartels to illicit networks, things like that, that can be addressed by these with having nothing to do with again, lethal drone strikes, but in point of fact can be absolutely crucial to maintaining the stability of the country, to building the effective institutions. Again, it doesn't do any good if you provide information to the Ministry of the Interior if you haven't built the institutions in the ministry to take advantage of it, use it, incorporate it into government decision-making processes. So I think that all needs to be, it's not just a technology issue, and the sociology is going to be at least as important as anything technological. In the United States airspace, we have something called Certificates of Authorization to Operate, COAs in this case. My guess is you increasingly will need something like a COA with the national government, wherever you're going to be operating, to operate the aircraft. It may not be as formal as we have it initially, but sooner or later it's going to come up. The other question you need to think about is spectrum. If we're going to be using RF spectrum to control these aircraft, where does the spectrum come from? Who manages it? What's the decision authority in the local country? And so again, I think Sam can add a lot of this in his TIDES, in his Camp Roberts discussion. I'd just like to invite all of you to come to the TIDES demo at Fort McNair, 1st to the 4th of October. And for those of you in the Pentagon, 7th to 9th of October in Pentagon Center Court. We've got a lot more info on UAV-related things, and would love to see you there. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is actually coming all the way from the other side of the continent and Canada. And so, Walter, thank you so much for making the trip. Come out here and talk to us.
Well, I'm thrilled as a Canadian to be here with you, so close to the U.S. Capitol building and the United States, that technology powerhouse of the world. And it's deeply satisfying that you're thinking about the uses of technology for peacekeeping after so much emphasis on technology for warfighting. In fact, I feel heartened seeing the image of Harry Truman in the back there, because he made a big effort to try and make world organization work, the United Nations work, as it was a new experiment in international organization. Next slide. And he followed in the footsteps of someone he considered kind of a mentor, Woodrow Wilson, who had the original vision of an international organization for peace. He said that the League of Nations should be the eye of nations, to keep watch upon the common interest. An eye that does not slumber, an eye that is everywhere watchful and attentive. Next. Well, the UN has been given a huge number of monitoring mandates. It has to look after ceasefires and peace agreements. It has to take care of responsibility for disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration of ex-combatants. And recently we've seen that the UN is going to be tasked with disarmament of chemical weapons in Syria within the coming year. It has protection of civilians mandates in the field, a huge task for the peacekeeper. Human rights observation, elections monitoring, sanctions monitoring to catch those who are busting the sanctions, looking at borders to make sure they're secure, resource exploitation to make sure that the weapons and the precious minerals aren't being exchanged in a vicious cycle that fuels the fires of conflict. They have to look at armed groups and spoilers to do early warning of an outbreak of conflict, and of course they have to look after the security and safety of their own personnel. Next. Well, traditionally in peacekeeping, the most sophisticated technology that was used was the human eyeball. sometimes aided by binoculars. And that resulted in a huge monitoring gap between the mandates that I just told you about and the actual capability of the mission. Also, there was what we call the peacekeeper's dilemma. When conflict breaks out and you need to know who's firing at whom or who fired the first shot, those times are the most dangerous. And that's when the peacekeepers have to depart because their own lives are threatened. Well, certainly this is where unmanned systems and technology in general can help. Next. So technology can increase the range and accuracy of your observation. It can permit continuous monitoring, 24 hours, 7 days. It increases your effectiveness, and in some cases, I've done some studies looking at the cost effectiveness. For instance, placing cameras in Cyprus, which the UN did in Nicosia, and it was a savings between 10 and 100 times over having manned OPs, observation posts. You can decrease the intrusiveness. Now, sometimes you do want the human being to be there, to be a reassuring presence to the locals. But there are other times when you actually don't want the UN to be intrusive so that they're not always on the backs of the local population. With technology, you can provide recordings and evidence. Instead of just sending off a note, you can actually have the evidence and present it to the two sides, saying, look, here's the case of a violation. And then, of course, with unmanned systems, you don't need to have the people right there, so they'll be free to be able to do other tasks while this unmanned system is keeping a close eye. Next. Well, I did for a project that the Canadian government sponsored and the UN contracted me to do, a look at the use of surveillance technologies in UN operations throughout its history. And this is kind of a summary composite diagram looking from the aerial, or top right, you'll get right to the outer space, satellite reconnaissance, then looking at the aerial components, and including UAVs and jets, helicopters, and tethered balloons, then the ground systems. Now, the UN currently doesn't have an operational capacity for real-time intelligence from satellites. I've spoken to many commanders in the field who would love to have that, but it's just not part of ongoing operations and systems. What they do get is a lot of commercial imagery, which is used for the GIS section to make better maps. The UN hasn't used tethered balloons yet. It has used jets for reconnaissance. In fact, the most sophisticated operation, ironically, was in the Congo in the 1960s when Sweden provided some SAB jets that were dedicated to aerial reconnaissance. That mission was also the only mission, UN mission, to drop bombs. UAVs have not been a mission asset of the UN in the field. And when the British offered AWACS aircraft for surveillance of the airspace over Lebanon after the 2006 war between Hezbollah and Israel, the UN thought it was just far too expensive to be able to afford the AWACS aircraft. On the ground, there are a variety of systems, and I'll talk about some of the unmanned ones in detail in a few moments. But all of this has to be connected into a rapid reaction mechanism, which you can see on the bottom right there, where you have the information flowing to a center, be able to create what in the UN mission in Cyprus they called concentration with mobility. So they would concentrate forces, but make them move very fast. Next slide. And next. Okay, now with the advent of Google Earth and satellite commercial imagery that's used in so many applications, the UN just couldn't be left behind. So it did start to use this imagery, and I know that Google Earth is very popular. They have an enterprise service with Google Earth, and it's useful for starting to put information into maps. Now, I've always been looking for the time when the UN actually used real-time geographical information systems that anybody could input and anybody could read, that is, anybody in the mission. And they're gradually, in some missions, starting to get that, but it's certainly not widespread, and I saw a few cases of it in the Congo. Next. Now, when I briefed the Undersecretary General for Peacekeeping, Jean-Marie Guéhenno, about 7 years ago, I showed him this slide, which the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum, just down the road, had released of a camp in Darfur which had been destroyed by the Janjaweed. And they were able to look at before and after pictures and see how many of the huts were burnt, and it turned out in this case all of them were. And the Undersecretary General said, that would be just amazing if I could go before the Security Council, show a before and after picture of something that happened just as recently as last week, and say that, that this is something we've got to act on. Then the Security Council could be more motivated to do it. But that's still not in the purview of a system at the UN. Next slide, it shows how the Satellite Sentinel project, for George Clooney fame, was able to take commercial imagery and show how in an area where the UN had some responsibility on the border between the newly created South Sudan and Sudan, they could look at the Hegleg oil field, which had been occupied by the South Sudanese for a while and had been bombarded, and see the destruction that had gone on. Even though this was an area that was just out of the reach of the UN, they'd be able to get essential information about what had happened even just days before. Next. Now, to study how UAVs were actually used in a UN mission, we have the best example in the UN mission in the Congo. The European Union sent EU4 to the Congo in 2006 in order to support the UN. And the Belgians provided the UAVs, in fact 4 of them. They had used them previously in Bosnia in the NATO operation, and they flew them for 300 hours in the Congo. And next, they were able to show with those UAVs the development of an arms race between the president and the vice president. President Kabila was bringing in tanks on railway tracks, which the UAVs could catch, and that was against Security Council resolutions. And Vice President was bringing small arms across the Congo River in these small dugout canoes at night. And the UAV had a night vision capacity. I've shown you the image there, so you can see how it was able to go into areas which the UN mission, the peacekeepers, couldn't go, but just by flying overhead at night, they were able to count the number of trucks and find out what was going on. So this kind of arms race was very dangerous to the peace there, and the special representative of the Secretary General, Bill Swing, was able to go to both parties and say, look, stop this arms race, or you guys are going to be in big trouble. I might add that Vice President Bemba is now in The Hague before the International Criminal Court. Next. Bill Swing was actually caught in the crossfire, and EU4 brought this drone overhead when he was in Vice President Bemba's headquarters. And the Vice President's helicopter, you've seen there, an image, a freeze frame from the UAV, was blown up. And they had to figure out how to extract the Vice President, the SRSG, and other senior leaders from this compound. So it was important for the UN to know who was where, and you can get that bird's eye view in the evening and night from the infrared sensors on the UAV package. Next. But that system had some downsides. One of them, Hunter saw it in the sky, and somehow he managed to get a point in the UAV which knocked it down and it crashed. And then another was taking off from Ndolo Airport in Kinshasa, and the remote pilot decided that he wanted to abort the mission, but it had already attained flight speed just at that moment. So it went up and it went down, unfortunately causing fatalities on the ground. And then there was the trouble of information sharing. The UN didn't have a information data exchange in real time. The EU4 would invite UN peacekeepers to come and observe their screens at their headquarters, but there wasn't an actual data feed. And then there was host state problems because the host state demanded to see the information too. And in a conflict where the host state is committing a lot of the violations, as it was in the DRC, especially in 2006, that can be very problematic. Next, we have the efforts by the mission to be able to get its own UAS, Unmanned Aerial Systems, in 2007-2009. And in 2009, I was the consultant to oversee the bidding process and selection process for the drones. And at last moment, the mission decided that they'd rather use the money for manned helicopters. It was $90 million that would have been budgeted over 5 years. But the initiative started again with the current Undersecretary General being very keen on technology. And an expression of interest was launched in this year, in January. And we actually have a system that's in the Congo, and Andreas Utica will speak to it this afternoon. He's the man most closely following it at UN headquarters. There is political leadership now for the use of technology in the system, more than I've seen in 25 years of studying UN information systems. And this modest system that's out there, the Falco from Celex ES, will be a really important test case. And the UN is actually holding back other activities like deploying UAVs into the Côte d'Ivoire and South Sudan, waiting to see the results of the Congo experiment. But of course there needs to be management of expectations for UAS. We're not going to strategically change the environment in the eastern Congo, what I call the Wild East. On the other hand, it's a big step forward for the UN. And my recommendation has been for some time is try different systems, not just the MAIL systems, medium altitude, long endurance, but also get some of the other systems like the small ones you can experiment with overhead reconnaissance. Next. The UN has not deployed aerostats in its history, but those would be very useful. You can imagine them with UN markings, and most people say, well, they'd be shot down, but you can compartmentalize them so they come down slowly. You knock out one compartment, it goes down a few feet and then further on down. So I think that's really doable and quite cheap now. Next. This slide is actually from 1990. The Irish brought a anti-landmine system, bomb disposal unit, to Lebanon, and they were busy, we were quite happy to show it off and actually train other nations in it. So we saw already back in 1990 this system. And by the way, I just have to throw in a little anecdote about the Irish. They also brought a system to Chad when it was an EU mission, which transferred into a UN mission. And the UAV system that they had was programmed so that if you lost radio contact, you would do a pattern in place until you reestablished the contact with the home base. And if that didn't happen over a period of hours and it looked like fuel was running low, then the UAV was programmed to go back home. The only thing is the Irish in Chad forgot to reprogram it, so it started to head off to Ireland. We figured it went over Libya somewhere or the Mediterranean. Next slide. So currently in the Congo there is Indonesia, which brought in a bomb disposal unit, which was showing off on International Mines Awareness Day to local population. Next. The Irish also brought in ground surveillance radar into the Libya operation. And this they use for their own camp protection. So this would be a GSR that you'd apply, you'd move somewhere out of the camp because you wouldn't want to be buzzed by that radar all the time. And you could see something that was approaching the camp up to a few kilometers away, and you'd also have to program it for sensitivity so you wouldn't detect the animals. But it was very useful for their own camp security. Next. I tried to find out places where the UN actually used cameras, remote cameras, so to replace observation posts or UN peacekeepers, and I found the only case was in Cyprus, in Nicosia, in a very tense area. At points, the Greek and Turkish forces are separated by only 3 meters. In this case, it was about 100 meters. They put a camera there, and they were able to actually document violations. And whereas previously the forces would deny it, like they had one Turkish commander who constantly denied that there was activity going on and moving their line forward. And then they showed him the imagery. They said, oh, we have this new system. Would you like to see what it's showing? And he said, yes. And then he could see his own men digging at night, and that activity stopped that night. Next. In Nepal, it was the parties who called on the UN to use technology. They had video cameras which were looking at the cantonment and weapon sites where the two sides, the Maoists and the Nepalese government, would store their weapons. And if there was breakout, then there would be documentary evidence through a UN surveillance camera. Next. I realize that in my short talk here, I won't be able to go into the details, but in my book, Keeping Watch, I look at the operational problems and challenges in the UAS system that's being deployed in the Congo. I can see huge problems with terabytes of information coming in and limited bandwidth. But these can all be overcome. These are technological problems with technological solutions. The political problem is more difficult with Rwanda, for instance, next door, not wanting to be caught aiding the M23 or other rebel groups within the Congo. So you have to play a political game, and that can be difficult. In some cases in the past, it's been the U.S. has been problematic because the U.S. doesn't want to know what the UN is doing. For instance, when the UN was guarding Patrice Lumumba in 1961, the CIA was out to assassinate him. So ironically, the State Department was helping fund the UN operation. The CIA was helping to assassinate Lumumba under UN protection. Next is legality becomes a big issue for the sovereignty of the nation state. Just how much do you need to ask for permission when you use this technology? The Congo has given the UN permission to use UAVs, but there are issues of, well, what the Congolese state might request for the information, and whether they could say it's our airspace, so we're going to stop you from flying at this time. And of course, there's privacy issues. And then manipulation and misuse, big subject, which could be that if the wrong information is done at the wrong time, then it'd be too much. So my conclusions. Technology can help solve the peacekeeping monitoring gap and the peacekeeper's dilemma. Some missions have used some technologies some of the time, but in an ad hoc and unsystematic fashion, and it's very contingent dependent. When the contingent left, so did the equipment. Next. The capability was shown, however, in the history of the UN, and we have cases of unmanned systems being used in the field. And I see the political will increasing now with a policy on surveillance technologies that have been adopted in 2010 in the US and Congo in 2013. And the winning part of the argument is that unmanned systems are becoming cheaper and more capable over time. So over time, your argument becomes stronger and stronger. But the UN does need more expertise. Next slide. Next. So unmanned monitoring technologies are not yet tools of the trade, but they can and should be. Next. Thank you.
Walter, thank you very much for the tour de force. Kevin has the job of really bringing in something rather different in terms of perspectives on this issue, and he's been engaged with this for some time, so I really look forward to what you have to say about this, Kevin, because I know you're going to kind of spice this thing up a bit, so over to you.
Well, thank you very much for having me here. I'd like to really kind of give a quick summary on our company and what we do. Our focus is foreign, so we do our work in the host nation environment in contingency and stability operations, and we do a lot of our work, considerable amount of our work with our host nation counterparts. So we've got a very strong relationship with our host nation ministries of interior, health, communications, and the like. And what we have seen in our experience and lessons learned over the years in Afghanistan as well as other parts of the world is that in a contingency and an operational environment where UAVs and unmanned systems are being utilized and leveraged, the critical part of that is to understand, and as you can see from the name of the company, I guess, is the perspective of those who you're working with. And so your introduction, Chris, I think was really prudent. I think shaping the narrative for benefit of stability operations is critical from a U.S. government perspective, but I think also from a foreign policy and a host nation perspective. And I think that shaping that narrative and making good use of technology on a number of levels, which the other panelists here have discussed, and which is probably going to show up in a couple of these slides here, is critical. So that said, if you could go to the next slide, please. So what I'd like to touch on is just a few base points here, and it gets to the point of shaping the narrative and how we can coordinate with our host nation counterparts to shape policy and shape practices for the benefit and development of this technology that is going to, for lack of a better term, preempt kinetic action. Okay, so the idea is to utilize UAVs with your host nation counterpart to preempt the kinetic use of UAVs. And the benefit of that, of course, is multiple. One is it saves the U.S. government money, obviously, so there's a financial component there, but I think more important in a lot of ways, there's a foreign policy benefit to the use, because it's establishing those relationships from the host nation perspective, which are critical for the U.S. government, not just here in the U.S., but obviously in theater. Next slide, please. Okay, so if you look at the concept of the applications from a somewhat overly simplistic diagram, the requirements of how we develop the actual need for the applications, what are those needs? And I can give some good examples of that from an in-theater perspective. And that is, imagine UAVs that are used, not necessarily, and we'll get into the surveillance and counter-surveillance piece and things like that, but imagine UAVs are delivering as part of their payload antibiotics, as opposed to weapons, as opposed to surveillance, as opposed to different more kinetic uses. And from a host nation perspective, it obviously has an incredible amount of value, and I think you touched on that, Dr. Dorn, that there are multiple uses here that are of value in various locations that are of need, and there is a huge application here that I think that the essence of this conference really kind of hits on. The customers, potential customers there, obviously there's U.S. government customers, whether it's state, USAID, DOD, Civil Affairs, or the UN, UA, or the EU, and how that develops and then forces the development for industry to develop different applications for UAVs, I think is important. So I think that there's, while the requirements are driven, the development needs to be fashioned along that, and then of course there's the policies that have to be negotiated with your host nation counterparts, as well as those requirements that are here in the U.S. that fit with U.S. law and U.S. foreign policy. Next slide, please. So, that said, policy drivers that we see from a host nation perspective are driven both internal and external, and they have to be weighed against those security issues in foreign theater. So, and Dr. Wells touched on this as well. There's a lot of transnational issues, border security issues, which UAVs have a specific and profound application on, but they also, as you talked about, Colonel, the value and application is multifaceted. There are whether it's industrial or whether it's agricultural or whether it is medical, as well as addressing transnational border security threats. These are all pillars of the UAV or unmanned aerial system concept that can be leveraged. And I think that needs to be a critical component that has to be coordinated with those host nation counterparts. If it's not, then what ends up happening is, as a lesson learned in many ways, we try and put forward a Western concept in foreign theater that many times gets rejected, or it is simply not used for lack of understanding. And so leveraging and utilizing your host nation counterparts as a force multiplier, it helps the actual program and project, but it also helps industry develop additional applications and additional benefits that we may not be aware of even today. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the human component, which is critical from that host nation perspective, one of the things that we need to be concerned about is the habit, I guess, for lack of a better term, for the development of technology and then placing that technology in theater without any oversight, effective training, and effective engagement, long-term engagement with your host nation counterparts. And so by just transitioning a piece of technology without providing the necessary and adequate sustained training is most likely not going to be very successful. And I think that was our experience in many ways in Afghanistan on several levels. That said, the other potential issue that has to be addressed is the misuse, which Dr. Dorn talked about as well, of proliferation. So if, imagine scenarios, and they're out there, unfortunately, where you are in theater or you're working in specific locations and people that are of ill will and who have bad intentions are then leveraging this technology for whatever reason for their own benefit. So I think that there is definitely some strong lessons to be learned there to focus on prior to delivering and utilizing these in that host nation environment. And that is, again, a critical component of that human factor, that engagement with the host nation personnel who may or may not end up using this technology, but in any event will have access to it. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the policy and practices matrix, I guess, for lack of a better term, which was kind of discussed, I think, a little bit by Dr. Wells as well. And it really kind of speaks to the Twitter comment that went out, and that regards information that comes in and collaboration and security with, as a combined, how should I put it, a combined entity, so to speak, for developing policies and procedures in theater. So these are critical components that have to be balanced and coordinated, but they also have to be understood in terms of the requirements. And some of those requirements are driven from a host nation perspective. They could be driven from a EU or a government perspective, but they have to be understood and coordinated. And there are various variables that get played into that. And one of those is spectrum use and other more technical mechanics. But those are, once again, very, very important pieces that have to be taken into consideration. And so in conclusion, from the host nation perspective in deploying these systems, there are critical elements that have to be taken into consideration. First being the host nation impact, and then secondly, the host nation application and use. Not just for the particular host nation that you're working with, but for those NATO allies, so to speak, that could be impacted by the failure to use those pieces of technology effectively. And that's going to be it for me.
Well, thank you very much, Kevin. We have a little bit of time left, so what I'd like to do at this time is to open it up for some questions and discussion. There is a mic. Richard's got the mic, and if you would, just identify yourself to Richard, and away we go.
Thank you. Doug Brooks, President Emeritus with the International Stability Operations Association. For Dr. Dorn, I wonder if you can just touch a little bit more on the politics of putting up UAVs in eastern Congo, where the Rwandans are, of course, probably not wanting to see them be particularly effective. And I wonder if you can go a little bit more into how they're able to actually get to the point where they can deploy those.
Okay, the UN has put out the expression of interest earlier this year. They selected a winning bid, and the winning bidder is in the field now, setting up a system. We hope to see the first flight within the next month or two, or maybe 3. There is a lot of politics to this. The Undersecretary General did something quite smart. He went to the Security Council and got the Security Council to authorize the use of this equipment. So a lot of the internal politics was overcome because it became down from the Security Council. Rwanda was hesitant, but then President Kagame said he was in favor of it, so that helped things a lot when they got the okay from that level. There are those who have internal interests. I'm going to be speaking sort of not politically correct, but there is a certain country or countries that has a majority interest in helicopters and doesn't want to see UAVs to take their place. And so there's politics within the Security Council over that issue, and there are some countries which wouldn't mind seeing that the UAVs weren't successful in the Congo. So it's important to be able to, the UN to be able to show success. And if one of the UAVs does go down, that there's not an expectation that means failure. That's just part of the running of the system. So that's an answer.
Hi, thanks for an interesting presentation, all of you. Margaret Polsky, George Mason University. I wonder if you could, any of you, provide us with some specific examples of the use of UAVs for various humanitarian assistance purposes in non-permissive environments.
I can speak to that. Okay, so for example, we'll use a non-permissive border security application. And in that regard, the UAVs are utilized and can be utilized to support visual as well as other sensor ISR regarding specific transitory points. And they can also assist in helping track cargo. So, for example, if you are transiting medical supplies across the border of, say, Waziristan, and you have a sensor that goes off that indicates a medical supply vehicle or a container has been breached, and you're able to then put the UAV in flight, you've got some at least real-time ISR on exactly who's doing it, and it may not be it may not be an unfriendly force. It could vary. It could, as often takes place in second and third world environments, it could be a local village that needs medical supplies. So there's definitely a good redundancy that the UAV capability offers, because it confirms and verifies, potentially non-lethal issues.
Quick example from Haiti. The Cité Soleil had been operated and ruled by gangs for at least 4 years, and the Haitian police and the UN could hardly patrol there. In fact, the Haitian police couldn't even enter the air territory. So they decided to take offensive actions against those gangs in December of 2006, January 2007, and they used the UAV to drop leaflets telling the gang members give up their guns. The UN was going to be coming in, and they had better cooperate. And some of the gang members did, but not many of them. The UN ended up arresting 600 gang members when they went into Cité Soleil.
If I could add just one more real quick point there, and that is that one of the huge benefits to this technology is a preemptive application that, the intent is to not have kinetic action. So if there's ways that they can be utilized for that from a rule of law perspective, that those are critical applications.
Joe Coulter, KSI Video. I was part of a Navy deployment of a regional maritime awareness, just a basic alert system and radar for basic maritime domain awareness around Africa and everything. And in some countries you walk into, like Djibouti, you find out they don't even have a workforce. They can't even get their hands around alerting, much less anything else. Just basic alerting. They don't have a structure for basic alerting. So my question is, there's no question when everybody's got mobile devices, everybody's got social media. And we're now trying to help them with alerting, because obviously maritime fisheries. Now we're going to bring in UAVs, which it does a lot more than alerting. From your perspective, how long do you think, and what kind of focused capacity building has to happen so that these UAVs don't become what Peter Singh wrote about in Wired for War and everywhere drone wars, and become actually stability and actually contributing to stability?
So I think the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition, but also Claire Lockhart and her Institute for State Effectiveness are spending a lot of effort on this issue of building effective institutions. And it seems to me that needs to be at least as much a part of any of this as the technological solution. I'm really glad to hear the discussion about the MOI and because yeah, it's got to be what DoD referred to as a .MILPF solution. I mean, you've got to address the doctrine, the organization, the training, the material, the leadership, personnel, facilities, and the policy together to make this work. And so I think we just should not kid ourselves that here's a spiffy little drone that looks great on a display field and I'm going to introduce it there and voila. So I guess I would just encourage us all to think from the beginning that we need to introduce this as part of a holistic, at best whole of government, I mean at least whole of government, at best whole of society type effort.
Yeah, just real quickly, the Special Warfare Center and School down at Fort Bragg is right now setting up a whole training course and a whole new structure around how do we build better institutions so that when we leave, things are more stable and there are some issues around culture and values that they're really taking a look at, but that's being done right now at the Special Warfare Center and School, headed up by Colonel Womack and Colonel Lavalle. So they're working on that right now.
And in fact, they may be able to talk to that at the next ROA event that Bob mentioned this morning, which is on the 18th of October, and it's about military support to peace building at George Mason University.
I would just like to add that that's a critical component,
Yeah.
is the pre-planning, effective pre-planning, and the training, enduring, sustained training for long term. If there's nothing, if nothing else, what should have been learned over the last 10 or 11 years is that, or what, 12 or 13 now, is that it's a long-term objective in second and third world contingency environments. And failure to understand that is if you don't understand it, it's going to be a fundamental flaw. And I think I'm glad to hear that that's taking place. And it's critical, absolutely critical.
I'm George Peter, a retired civil affairs officer from F352. How big an issue is security of the data from the drones or UAVs and the sharing of the data among the different humanitarian assistance organizations?
Nick Gowing is a distinguished British journalist, did a very insightful piece years ago on the Rwanda-Burundi Great Lakes crisis. And one of the points he made is that for all the Westerners who kind of parachuted in and said, we're going to be the masters of information here, and so on and so forth, they fail to understand that what's humanitarian assistance, disaster relief to one side is critical war material to the other. And that needs to be kept in mind, this piece, is that we tend to think of the information as neutral, and to the people on the ground it's almost never neutral. And so, I mean, one of the points that he made also is that people come in and say, well, I need a driver, not realizing that this is the Fort Leavenworth graduate major in the Rwandan army or something like that, and I need a secretary, I'll pick you, not realizing that this is the daughter of the foreign minister who was educated at Cambridge or something. And so they put in filters around themselves, not understanding what the implications of all this are. So I think your point is absolutely crucial. The information is not neutral, and we need to make an effort to understand just who benefits and who doesn't, and what the players are.
give you an anecdote on the importance of security of data. During the Bosnian conflict, UNPROFOR, the UN mission in Bosnia, was observing the mortar fire that Serbs were shelling into a town in Bosnia, and they were radioing back the information to local headquarters where it was. The Serbs were listening to that and correcting their fire using it. So just very important to have those encrypted technologies, and otherwise it could be used for counter purposes.
I'm Melanie Greenberg, the president of the Alliance for Peacebuilding, and thanks to all of you for your comments. This is really fascinating. And I would just echo what we've just been talking about the need for privacy and information, and we represent communities on the ground who are working to build peace from the bottom up, not always from the top down. And what are some of the mechanisms that we can use to ensure that civil societies that are working on peace building have access to this data, have access to this technology, and are able to, to use it in a way that perhaps is complementary to the way that governments, the UN, and other kinds of groups are?
That's excellent. In conducting the research on some of this, I was observing some great videos on YouTube. Well, the guy had a pair of skis on, and he had a little box, and he was skiing. Opened up the box, set up the little UAV, programmed in his information where he wanted the UAV to fly over. It flew over, came back, he packed it up, took it, downloaded the data, and the UAV was like $300. So, and it was fabulous. It was like something B, I don't remember. Just it's there, it's out there. The issue really is who's going to help who's going to help train the people, right? Who's going to help train these people on the ground either through an NGO or organizations like yourself to actually be able to do this, and then make sure that this information doesn't get passed on to the bad guys, because they're everywhere, right? So, or allowing a dictator then to take this information from these small communities where they pay people under the table to gather it so that he can remain in power or manipulate the population. So it's two sides of the same coin, really, right? It's a good and a bad side of the same coin. And so so I would just say that the cost is so inexpensive now, just like Lynn Wells was speaking, Dr. Wells was speaking, and then using this information, you're going to have to train people. The big issue right now is training people, getting permission from these countries where you're delivering medicine or whatever it is you're doing, and then moving forward on that.
So, I mean, we have some examples in the crowdsourcing of things like Ushahidi and OpenStreetMap, where some of these have been used very effectively even in contested environments. And I mean, as you all know, the Yes Youth Can movements in Uganda and so in Kenya, I guess. So it seems to me that there's a whole new sphere of development here I hadn't even thought about before this conference, but and it's kind of big data meets data anonymization. For those of you who haven't been paying attention to cell phone externals and the marketing based on cell phone externals, companies like Nordstrom's go out and your cell phone checks in with the tower every couple of minutes, and so it tracks pretty much where it is, and somebody tracks where it is. And so there are companies that anonymize this data and provide it to retailers. And so Nordstrom's can know that, in any given Thursday at 10 o'clock in the ladies department, there are an average of 6.4 customers who've traveled an average of 3.2 miles and stay for 10.4 minutes. But if you put a 10% sale in, they'll travel from 5.5 miles and stay for 14.8 minutes and things like that. So, so there's all this stuff out there able to look at these data and to analyze them and to anonymize them and to filter them. And so it seems to me that some of these techniques that are used for very different purposes, in this case marketing, might be applicable to be able to, first as we start getting these UAV data flows, we're getting to big data very quickly. And so how do you do big data analysis on streaming video? For example, how do you get the metadata off it to understand what's going on? But then once you have it, you sort of parse it into something that says, okay, for the government, we're willing to share this, and for the peacekeepers or for the private citizens, we're willing to share this, and because again, the data can be anonymized in different ways, and I think that might be an interesting line of research of how to handle some of this, because as we've already said, the data are not neutral, and how do you use them for best purposes?
And real quickly, too, you might want to start working with some of these organizations that are non-U.S. because they have easier access. So Canada, Japan. In fact, the University of Michigan is working with Canada right now on some of these very subjects. So kind of look external. Peru, for instance, is looking at archaeology, so on and so forth. Look at other places. We're kind of still stuck with some other issues that we have to deal with, policy and law-wise. So.
Good morning. It was a very interesting session. And sorry, my name is Ronan Payton of Philosophical Instruments. And my question is, we know for many years that the cost of all the systems associated with unmanned or other technological domains are pretty expensive. We know the technological challenges that we face. And I guess that the entire area here, which is very, very important, I would say, depends on funding, depends on initiatives, depends on programs that exist to support it. And the question is, do we have any mapping of stakeholders, of funding available, of long-term programs, processes to tunnel existing technologies and route them to this direction? And again, the reason is that, yes, the technology exists there, but it has to be modified, it has to be changed so that it could be used and reused. And there is, of course, the problem of the challenges that we have today that need to be resolved regardless.
Just real quick, the University of Finland has actually made a proposal to do that, and they're working on that right now, and they're in partnership with some international UAV organization. I forget the name of it, but if you, they did make that proposal in Finland. They're studying that right now, so that might be a place to start.
I would think that there would be some experience at this point from the U.S. experience in Iraq and Afghanistan with different categories of UAVs. And this is an indirect answer to what you're saying, but we've been typically, a lot of discussion about the male, the medium altitude, long endurance, but now when you can go down to the local hobby store and buy a quad rotor for $100 and slap a $100 camera on it, it's almost like the proliferation of cell phone cameras. I mean, every person a sensor, and so there's a different model of gathering information here that's potentially possible in the next few years that's different than going out and buying a couple $1 million system and having to have a set of trained operators. Now, how you would, if you the point about the skiing down the mountain in the box and launching a little UAV, the $250 system we saw at Tides, the things we had out of Camp Roberts, which was a little, 1 pound quad rotor that could just kind of toss up in the air and fly around for a little while and come back. There's some missions for which that could be really valuable. And I don't know where the funding is for that, but those kind of things should be funded at completely different levels than the major programs of record type approaches. Now again, you got to figure out how to manage the data, you got to figure out how to train the people to use it, but I would guess that that's those sorts of things might almost be within the province of a medium-sized NGO, as opposed to something that would be the province of a national government or the UN or something like that. And maybe we ought to look at some of that.
Yeah, the universities are really into this. I recommend you start with the universities. The universities are really into this. Makes you want to close your windows or your curtains at night, right? Make sure you close your curtains at night.
I would just like to add Texas, and you were talking about the universities. Texas A&M has a pretty solid program as well.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, and I think the important thing here is that, as Dr. Wells is suggesting, is that if you're going to contextualize all of this right, you've got to have the right people involved in this sort of metadata management. It shouldn't just be in the hands of governments, because we all know that it kind of leads to certain directions that maybe we don't want to go to, particularly in the peace-building world. So it's not that governments are bad, it's just that they're not the only people around. And so, anyway, next question.
I suggest I recommend on that note you explore IBM's Smarter Planet. I think you'll find it fascinating. I've got to run.
I know a couple of us are going to have to go here, so let's just have one final question.
Okay. Good morning, members of the panel. Al Diaz, independent agent for Shell's Different Security System. My question is, UAVs are great. It was designed for military purpose and has its mission, and now come the dimensions, for humanitarian issues, et cetera. However, is there on table an agency or that will control this sort of complex UAVs? I'm not talking about the amateur, because they really are flying objects, and they could be a hardship for aircraft traffic and other airports nearby. Has there any works to have an agency develop to control the certification of these devices?
I mean, domestically in the U.S., the FAA, the question, I don't know that ICAO is doing anything with this internationally. And that was kind of the point about the certificates of authorization. It may be that, if you're flying over the jungles of the D-Rock, it's one thing. If you're flying over, downtown, Lagos or something where there's other kinds of traffic, it's something else. So I think this will have to probably be more on the national basis of the country whose airspace is being used for a while, rather than getting an international agreement on it. But I'll defer to...
Yeah, I would say that those are one of the key things that I was touching on before regarding those host nation requirements and host nation integration. So from the U.S. perspective, FAA is working on that now. From an international perspective, those are the critical relationships that we have to have, and those are the things that need to be boots on the ground well ahead of time. And that's really the impetus for what we do.
In the case of the Eastern Congo, the UN already controls a lot of the airspace there because they have the equipment, and the Congolese government doesn't have, it has the authority, but it doesn't have the people to man the aircraft control towers. So the UN has already got a lot of information and control over the airspace. And in fact, it's the largest aircraft carrier fleet. It has the largest fleet in Africa, just with the mission in DRC. But the UN has to work out these boxes, so UAVs can fly in one box at a certain altitude at certain places. And of course, near airports, you shouldn't even fly the small things because of the danger of hitting aircraft when they're landing or taking off.
Okay, if I could just take about 30 seconds to summarize, or at least come up with, there are 4 points that I gathered from this discussion this morning. And one is and what I'm really happy about is we didn't talk about ITAR. Because, it's like a big rock in the middle of the room. You're just not going to move it. But what was really, really encouraging was this emphasis and need for collaboration and dialogue. The idea of co-education, we really have a lot to share with each other as a community of interest at large. The idea of public-private commercial uses, donors and host nations, and organizations themselves, all needing to sort of work and collaborate and have dialogue with each other. The other major point I thought was with respect to information or information management. This idea of big data, this incredible infusion of data that comes through the use of these technologies, the tension between security and sharing, that's going to be needing to be worked out. But a different way to approach information management other than sort of the typical hierarchical top-down, more on things like what Dr. Wells was talking about, crowdsourcing, looking at crowdsourcing as a way to work some of these issues that Melanie brought up about how do we share the data back and forth, and so perhaps even social media. Rules of engagement, if you will, with the political and the legal implications. I know we're going to talk about that sometime later today. But the workarounds are, again, between the U.S. and then the international, and the importance of the international. Part of this is not just because they present many more opportunities, as Lynn was saying, to to share and work through, get past ITAR and things of that nature, but also to have sanction for the use of some of these technologies and some of the border sort of gray areas. And last but not least, context. Not just cultural context, as you were implying, but also the need, particularly of looking at this technology and using this technology more from a peace-building perspective, which focuses more on capacity development and building effective institutions, these sorts of things. This is very important. I think it's very often overlooked. So those are my 4 points, what I learned this morning, and I thank the panel profusely for what they've done, and if you would, please give them a round of applause. It's up to you. When do you want to get them started? Okay, we got about 10 minutes, and then we're going to get the next panel up here. Let's create some cards here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a good.
Really appreciate what you do.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I hope it was, helpful and insightful and everything else.
Yeah, don't forget you can get all the presentations too.
Okay.
We'll post them online. We'll send an email out to everybody.
Good deal. Okay.
Tell everybody where they can get it.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom for some coffee. Burn it through me.
Yes, sir. Can you point me to the other people?
Yeah, I don't want you looking at the future. Tell me what you learned over there. Very interesting presentation.
I'm not sure I'm that close. Oh, but many perspectives. Now we're going to have all this stuff.
For every soul, allied soldiers. Pleasure. Budget actually goes to Justice, just asking you.
Anyway, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, will do.
The other worry is, they'll fly into the transport plane.
That's what they have. So we'll have some counter ID.
We need seeker UAVs. That'd be really cool. It'd be a great movie.
Yeah, they have for the next
All right. I wanted to bring that up because
Yeah, this alphabet
checks in with me every once in a while.
about special operations.
I totally agree with you on that 100% on that.
My perspective.
Running.
Yeah. Not too many. Oh, okay. I want to give you
One point I'm going to make is that we're going to try and keep acronyms to a minimum. Most of the people are probably up in that. I'm not.
We can actually spell them out.
Exactly, yeah. So if you first time you use them, I'd be grateful if you
Run it through and see.
catch us. I will try.
Maybe
But,
it's a long, in fact, if you want later on, if you're here, I've got some videos on my.
If you could take your seats, please. I think we're going to get started.
I'll show you some of the videos. I think it ends up being
Okay, I think we're mostly sitting down. Okay, good morning. My name is Doug Brooks. As I mentioned during my question earlier, I'm the former president and founder and president of ISOA, the International Stability Operations Association, ISOA. I founded that association 10 years ago to find ways that the private sector could improve peacekeeping operations. And one of the most interesting aspects of that, I think, has been the role of technology in peacekeeping. And specifically the role of UAVs. And one of the things that appalled me over the years was the fact that unmanned aerial vehicles were not being used in peacekeeping operations, or very, very little. Dr. Dorn pointed out some of the places they have used them, but it's spotty at best, and I think it's an area that we will see a lot of growth in the future. It's very exciting. One of the issues, of course, was dumbing down the UAVs to the point where they wouldn't trip ITAR, that you could use them in the field with not particularly high-tech personnel and things. So these were all these issues that had popped up over the years. And of course, ultimately, there were the political issues of using UAVs in a peacekeeping multinational peacekeeping operation, and we talked a bit about that this morning. So in any case, I've been very excited to see this event, and I'm very grateful to the people who have put it together, and also for Reserve Officers Association for the wonderful space that we have today for this event. Real quick, I know there's a lot of technology people here, so I actually have started tweeting myself at age 50, and I did send out a few tweets this morning, and I talked with some people earlier, and we're going to use the hashtag UAVPKO, if anybody's into tweeting, hashtag UAVPKO. That may not be absolutely the perfect terminology, but that's what I picked this morning. So, and that was before coffee. Now, also, terminology. Most of the people here are savvy on the terminology and acronyms being thrown around. I am not. I know there's a handful of other people who are not doing UAVs every day of their lives, so they don't know all the technology. So I've asked the panel to keep their acronyms to a minimum or explain them when they use them, so that we can all keep up on the terminology. Now, our speakers today for this panel. We are missing Paul Morgan, as was mentioned earlier on. He was unable to make it, but we have three here. We will be starting with Colonel Bill Tart, who's director of the, here's an acronym, USA FRPA Capabilities Division, which stands for
Air Force Remotely Piloted Aircraft.
Air Force Remotely Piloted Aircraft Capabilities Division. Bill Sweet Tart is currently the director of the Air Force Remotely Piloted Aircraft Capabilities Division. Been 23 years in the Air Force. He works with MQ-1s, MQ-9s, and RQ-4s, and he can tell you what those are. With a $24 billion portfolio, which is a sweet spot, if there is one.
That's not much money for the Air Force.
Yeah, okay. And he works on RPA policies, remote piloted aircraft policies, guidance, and monitors performance and effectiveness of ISR assets. He was a squadron commander in the Middle East, did a tour with OSD and the Air Force Legislative Liaison, and has over 4,000 hours flying the MQ-1, and also the RC-135, was also with RC-135 Rivet Joint Electronic Warfare Officer and JSTARS Navigator, which means something to most of the people here. Sam Bendit will be talking on unmanned systems and peacebuilding and stability operations. He'll be looking ongoing work with testing UAV systems at Camp Roberts. I'll let him explain the other aspects of it. He's a research analyst for domestic disaster response with the TIDES project at the Center for Technology and National Security Policy at NDU, National Defense University. He received his MA in International Security Conflict Resolutions from Fletcher School at Tufts University, and a BA from Brandeis University, which you probably watch for their football team mainly. Greg Miller is with Triton UAS Business Development Unmanned Systems Division. He joined Northrop Grumman in 2010 as part of a business development team for the MQ-4C Triton Board Area Maritime Surveillance Unmanned Aircraft System, Triton BAMS UAS program. He's a 30-year Navy veteran and P-3 Naval Flight Officer. Miller served 6 tours with the Maritime Patrol and Reconnaissance Community. He also served as chair of the Economics Department and senior naval aviator at the United States Naval Academy. He graduated with distinction from the Naval Academy with a bachelor's in aerospace engineering. The Naval Academy, by the way, beat my alma mater 2 weeks ago, Indiana University. Astonishingly, yes, not astonishingly. He has a master's degree from Harvard University and a PhD from the University of Virginia. So we are going to start with Bill and, Sweet, and they each have 15 minutes, and we're going to go to Q&A at the end. So Bill, you can stay there, or you can come up here, whichever you prefer.
Okay, I'll stay.
All right.
All right, so this is pretty handy here. It says either request or speak. So I'm on speak.
Seems to be working.
Usually when you come to these kind of gatherings, everybody critiques the military guys for always sticking with the PowerPoint, and so I decided not to bring you a PowerPoint, and I had to wrestle my majors who wanted me to bring videos, because videos always do the trick. And the video that I actually have that I'm not going to show is really kind of epitomizes the topic that we're going to cover today, which is peacemaking and stability operations. And that video is MQ-1 video over the top of Port-au-Prince. And Greg will talk a little bit more about Haiti later. But that mission set that we do there, as I looked through that and prepared some of the notes here, encapsulates every role that we do, both in combat operations as well as peacekeeping and stability operations. And so I tried to think, what is it that is different between everyday operations in Iraq, Afghanistan, Horn of Africa, and other global hotspots and this peacemaking stability operations. So like a good military officer, the first thing you do is return to your pubs. And if you were to search Joint Pub 3-07, the stability operations, it would have a list of, here's all the tasks. Chapter 3 is nothing but tasks that you must do. And what's great about that is, first of all, it's really easy. Everybody's on the same sheet of music. But second of all, it actually shows you kind of where your emphasis should be. And so particularly when it comes to remotely piloted aircraft for the Air Force, in that chapter it talks a lot about, and the executive summary obviously, it talks about intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance being the foundation for all activities. So if you apply that to a Haiti, you apply that to this MQ-1 footage over the top of Port-au-Prince, what you see is everybody had to know where the food was going. From the guy who was driving the truck to the decision makers back here in the U.S. And you don't get that from a little vehicle that's just there for an hour or two. So I'm going to point to you a couple times where endurance and our ability to stay on target is something that remotely piloted aircraft bring to the table that man in the air aircraft are somewhat limited. Now I'll stop there for a second. I have flown a 24.2 hour sortie, but I don't want to do that every day, I'll tell you that much. But my RPA can for sure. As the group commander out at Creech, we had multiple, every day you were flying 22 or more hours with MQ-1s. MQ-9s were 16 hours. And when you're talking about Global Hawk, or Greg will talk a little bit about Triton, you're getting into the 36-hour realm. And the next RPAs that are coming out we're actually had the first flights of ones that are going to go multiple days. So applying that endurance, that longevity, that staring eye into a situation like Port-au-Prince, you connect that with the data links. The last panel talked a little bit about big data and big data management. But what they also talked a little bit about was real-time application. In Haiti, the earthquake made every map that you ever had virtually irrelevant because buildings were down where there used to be a road, and you've got to figure out how to make that reality happen. Remembering that the three primary things in peacemaking stability operations are establish civilian security, establish civilian control, and restore essential services. Well, in this case, feed the people is number one. So getting a calming framework of how all the follow-on was going to happen was something that only an eye in the sky was going to be able to do. So I would say that from you as AUVSI members, I got to keep focusing on long endurance. While these small copters and et cetera are neat, unless you can park it somewhere up on a high perch, or you can replace it every 5 minutes, every hour, every whatever, that's going to be a drawback for you. The last panel talked a little bit about ROE, and while things are different with respect to shooting people versus peacekeeping operations, you absolutely want to be able to hold a target through where he started or she started all the way to where he finished. We talked about the Serbs targeting people who were, with their mortars. Wide area surveillance matched with persistence, flying on an RPA, that's going to give you a view to look at where the bad guys are coming from, where they're going to, what is their normal daily operation. How do I disrupt that to do one of these key essential tasks, which is establish civil security. So first, get the, and we often drive right down into the let's talk about big data, and let's talk about encryption and security and link assurance and those kind of things. But we often lose sight of there is a truck up there that has to provide that. And my boss, a 3-star General Otto, would tell you there's multiple pieces to this. You have the truck that's carrying the sensors and the data links. You have the link to the ground. You have either a disadvantaged user or a totally advantaged user based on what it is you're trying to do. And then you have data and analysis, or analyst for that matter. Being able to push those to the decision maker is really, really important. And it's something that we end up being stovepiped in different areas. So often people go down big data and don't think about the airplane, and lots of people go down the airplane and don't think about the data links. So you guys really are the brain trust here on how to link all that together. You'll see in the next, probably the next month, there'll be the remotely piloted aircraft vector on where we're going in the future. And in that vector, one of the categories obviously is interoperability. We talked a little bit in the last panel about interoperability with NGOs, and I will give you last week as an example of interoperability at the unclassified level with the California Air National Guard. Instead of sending the picture from the airplane through the classified links, it went unclassified so that the fire marshal or the fire chief, who was sitting right there with the wing commander, could see the entire fire, see the hot spots, see the flare-ups, and direct forces to that. That's no different than peacemaking and stability operations. Where is it that you need to put the food, the medicine? Where do you need to extract the NGOs that are surrounded by people? Where is it that you need to apply your security forces because it looks bad? The last example I would give you, and I'll pass my time back over to the other gentleman, is there are two, if you look at a country like Iraq or you look at a country like Afghanistan, one of the key elements one of the key advances that we put back into operation was the widespread availability of electricity. And of that, you had to have the Kajaki Dam, and you had to have the dam on Lake Tharthar. So in order to do that, some of you will remember it was a multi-week operation to deliver turbines to those dams. You were not ever going to put a man in the airplane on top of that. It would have taken you thousands of sorties to stay on top of that to make sure it was secure all the way to its delivery point. So instead, you put a multi-hour, a 22-hour, a 16-hour RPA on top of that with the availability, send the picture right to the truck driver or the security forces that were with that. So I would tell you that there are multiple roles in stability and peacemaking that RPA provide to you, but they're not unlike combat operations. I need endurance, I need high definition, I need wide area surveillance, and I need the ability to get that to a user. That's no different than regular combat operations. So with that, I'll be looking forward to your questions.
Great, thank you, Bill. And one of the members of the ISOA was a security company that actually provided security for those turbines. Oh, awesome. And I think those convoys are moving at like an average speed of 6 miles an hour through insurgent-held areas, and they didn't lose a single turbine. That's right. So it was a very good mission. Okay, now we'll go to Mr. Sam Bendit.
Thank you to the panel. Thank you to the organizers. Appreciate being here. My name is Sam Bennett. I work with Dr. Linton Wells, who spoke at length about some of the projects ongoing at National Defense University and with our interagency partners. But we're also talked a lot about such important themes when it comes to technology and our desire to elicit outcomes such as cooperation, collaboration, the need to interact between the government, the DoD, nonprofit, for-profit, international and domestic partners. And that's a very important need. Oftentimes when you deploy in a disaster to an affected area, it's too late to exchange business cards at that point. You need to know who you're dealing with. You need to know why you're dealing with those people. You need to know what their capabilities are ahead of time as much as possible and within a certain extent so that you can really plug in your existing operations into what's happening on the ground. We've seen that situation in Haiti. We've seen it in other areas. So where would you go and how would you try to cooperate across such a diverse array of actors? I'm going to speak to you about that one particular environment in California where DoD, U.S. civilian agencies, private sector partners, NGOs, empowered individuals, all of them who are interested in disaster relief, emergency response, and humanitarian assistance go to interact, test, and most importantly, fail in their work so that whatever fails here in the United States will not fail in the field. Next slide, please. I'd like to thank in advance my colleagues at NDU and Naval Postgraduate School with whom I work on those projects. That's Mr. John Crowley, Dr. Ray Bittner, Tristan Allen, Jerry Scott, and many others who work on this initiative. There's a Camp Roberts National Guard base in California. It's located in the Central Valley between LA and San Francisco. It's about 62 square miles of California desert. Absolutely perfect for wine growing. The soil is dry, it's hot, it's sun-beaten, there's very little water. So environment is relatively austere. It relates a lot to the environment where we can deploy in a domestic or international disaster. So in a way, it's a perfect space for us to be remote from cities and towns and concentrate on the technology. Sometime in 2009, National Defense University, my employer, and Naval Postgraduate School got together and decided on creating a space where we can field test and cooperate on humanitarian assistance, disaster relief technologies. I'm going to use that phrase from now on as an acronym, HADR. It's a very elaborate acronym, but I think most people here would know it. So GIFX and Relief are two sets of field experimentation. So everything started off with Relief, research and experimentation for local and international emergency and first responders. Relief has been ongoing since 2009. It's a partnership between NPS and National Defense University that brings together a disparate array of actors in an austere-like space as a collaboratory. You travel to Camp Roberts for 4 times a year. The key to such experimentations is that it's not just an annual event. Oftentimes there are wonderful opportunities for DoD and non-DoD partners to work together, but we're talking about an annual event, so if you get to miss it, you'll have to wait for next year. Relief and our field experimentations at Camp Roberts run every quarter, every February, every May, August, and November. We have one coming up, and we have one that just completed. Over time, U.S. Department of Defense got really interested in what Relief had to offer. A very unique space where DoD can get together with non-DoD, where digicamos, people in uniform, can interact directly with people who normally probably wouldn't deal with them in the field. Because as we have described, there are such significant issues with NGOs and for-profits interacting with the U.S. military. But they get together for 1 week, 4 times a year, and they work together through their problems. Not only do they test technologies, but they get together in a military tent. Literally, it's a small space that we create, and they talk. So our work on making unmanned aerial vehicles work for disaster relief or peacekeeping operations isn't technology, it's policy. It's working through the human issues. It's working through the human side of the problems. Various differences in how certain agencies handle things, differences between DoD and non-DoD worlds, handling things on the ground. And so we get together for 1 week, 4 times a year, where we test technologies and we talk to each other. And sometimes we don't agree. However, what happens after that conversation is that we tend to create solutions, policies, and questions we can ask in the next installment of Relief so that we can work through those issues. So over time, DoD got really interested in it, and our world at Camp Roberts has a much larger DoD imprint. U.S. combatant commands are sending their representatives to interact with this interesting collection of eclectic individuals from DoD and non-DoD worlds in a set of experiment called GIFX. It is now called Joint Interagency Field Explorations. And Relief, which started off in 2009, is a subset of GIFX. Relief has grown. Every installment has more and more people. It is geared towards DoD, but the essential participants are those from the science and technology worlds and those who do research and development. As the slide shows, we try to cross-pollinate existing capabilities across not just the interagency, but DoD to non-DoD communities. You cannot field unmanned aerial systems internationally or even domestically without interacting with international organizations and various NGOs. And oftentimes the way they do things is very, very different. So at Camp Roberts during Relief and GIFX, we try to work through those differences. Next slide, please. This is a short list of sample participants who attend, and you can see that it involves Department of Defense, U.S. government actors, private sector contractors who fly, build, and support those UAVs, and a large number of organizations working on geospatial information systems, working on situational awareness issues, and straight out humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, peacekeeping operations. Now, that list isn't the same from one Camp Roberts to another, but it is the core of individuals and organizations who travel to it and seek to interact with partners they normally wouldn't deal with on a regular basis. Next slide, please. And this is important. Camp Roberts, Relief and GIFIX, is a safe place to fail. You bring your technology for extensive peer review, where DoD, government individuals, nonprofits, especially technical nonprofits, S&T-oriented nonprofits, can look through your system, hack it apart, destroy it, and build it up again. Safe place to fail is important. Oftentimes in exercises, we tend to go from A to Z, dotting all the I's, thinking everything is going to work the way it will, the way we have designed it. That's not always the case. I think Haiti was a great example of that. So you bring your UAVs, you bring your solar panels, you bring your GIS systems, your computer systems, your software applications to Camp Roberts, and we try to break it for you. Because you know what? It better be broken there than when you deploy. And a lot of times, well, not a lot of times, I should say, but some participants take it personally. We've had a couple of incidents when that happened, where they brought the technology and unfortunately didn't work. And when we put it in a report, well, sometimes they raise a question, why did you put it in a report? It's not personal, it's all business. So Camp Roberts is a place where you can bring your technology, you can crash it, you can fly it, you can have it analyzed by your peers, which is very important. We design our experiments in advance. We issue white paper requests where you submit what it is that you're willing to do at Camp Roberts. But the most important part is ad hoc experimentations, where you have engineers, DoD, non-DoD, government people all sitting together at a table just like this panel, or all of you. And you're saying, well, okay, I got a system and you got a system. Let's see if it actually works together. Let's see if we can cooperate and design an experiment. So more than half of experimentations are now ad hoc, where participants like yourselves see the possibilities, see the technical specs that can help you in either HADR situation or disaster relief or peacekeeping and stability ops. And you design and you train yourself for a couple of days on that ad hoc experimentation. And we value that. We value that very, very much. Next slide, please. So we work with several research threads involving situational awareness, comms, meteorological sensors, manning unmanned sensors in airspace, and miniaturization. Some of those you think about in advance, some you don't. If you deploy in a jungle area, you need to know what kind of weather exists in the canopies so that you can actually design your UAV flight over, whether it's Congo, Africa, or another area, where you can see what's happening on the ground. So if there's extensive fog or rain or clouds, you're not going to see anything. That's just one of the example of experiments that we're working on. Next slide, please. So one example was how do we detect humanitarian tarps on the ground when large numbers of populations are dislocated from the original environment and they have to set up camp. Well, I'm just going to go quickly through several images of participants at Camp Roberts launching various types of UAV platforms. And please pay attention to the pictures, because you will see simple, unsophisticated programs like we've mentioned here, as some of the previous participants have discussed, that costs only several $100s, to more complicated ones. And that's the beauty of Camp Roberts. You can really play with a lot of toys and you break them. That sandbox exists for your actual experimentations with UAV systems, situational awareness, GIS, and imagery systems. Next slide, please. So this is an example of what happens when you put a different type of technology on a UAV. Raw optical imagery gives you one spectrum, but different technology gives you another. Well, you have to really see how that works. You have to design it in advance before you fly it. And so we've done those type of experimentations at Camp Roberts. Next slide, please. we try to use UAVs as technology bridges that connect various other technologies in the fields, where UAVs become Wi-Fi or cell phone tower bubbles over a specific area. And in that imagery, you see one of the I think it's a participant from Naval Postgraduate School launching a very simple UAV with, essentially with his bare hands. And we do a lot of that. A lot of the systems we try to fly are inexpensive so that we break them. It's the actual carriage. It's what you're strapped to a UAV that matters. Next slide, please. Our domestic response agencies are also using UAVs as technology bridges. FEMA and DHS have been a constant feature at Camp Roberts starting with 2011 and for FEMA starting with 2012. Dr. Wells mentioned a crowdsourcing experiment where disaster imagery was divided into red, orange, and green squares, where red meaning most damage and green no damage. We designed that system with Civil Air Patrol, with FEMA and DHS, and when Sandy struck, we actually were able to field that system right away, saving FEMA a lot of time. But here you see a couple of FEMA Corps volunteers at Camp Roberts taking a lot of raw data and sending it back to the center. Well, again, in the absence of infrastructure in a disaster, you often don't have Wi-Fi or cellular connections. You have to rely on military systems or on proprietary systems. Well, wouldn't it be easier if you could launch an airborne platform so that it creates a 2-mile wide Wi-Fi or cellular phone bubble and provide you with connectivity? Next slide, please. We also work a lot with miniature UAVs. Again, these were toys just a decade ago. You can go to Toys R Us and get them. Now there are sophisticated technology platforms. They vary in shape and size. They could be the size of my hand to maybe half the size of the stable. But quadrocopters are becoming an important feature because of their relative ease of movement and their ability to penetrate spaces that other UAVs cannot. And so sometimes those quadrocopters act as very simple devices offering greater technological overview and analysis of your situation. Next round. Next slide. So for example, you're looking at a meteorological data that was collected by a very small quadrocopter for your specific pocket of operations. And the final slide, please. We don't always fly UAVs. Sometimes we fly UAV surrogates. These are large aircraft that are approximately the size of the standard UAVs fielded. And if you can look at the nose of the aircraft, if you can see in the picture, there's a camera pod and a sensor pod there. So sometimes we get permission to fly these systems above Camp Roberts so that we can, again, experiment with new technology. And this is important. There are a lot of legal and policy issues associated with flying UAVs in domestic airspace. Whether you're flying a small or a large UAV, whether you fly them in single mission or in concert with other aircraft. We don't have that issue at Camp Roberts, so we actually have permission to fly as many UAVs as possible and as many sizes as possible above our workspace so that we can, again, experiment as much as possible. And one more slide, please. This is one of the experiments that we have conducted where we mapped out the cellular network signal strength over Camp Roberts. And again, in a disaster, in an emergency, you want to know who's got cell phone connectivity, how strong is it, how weak is it, who's got it, where they're located. You can't often do that with an aircraft. You can't even often do it with a large UAV. You have to experiment with various UAV platforms, and that's exactly what we're doing at Camp Roberts. I'm not a technical individual. I'm a research analyst. I'm a civilian. However, if you'd like more info on some of the experiments that I've mentioned, I can direct you to Naval Postgraduate School website where you can read after-action reports and go into greater detail into some of the technology aspects and questions related to testing UAVs for stability operations or humanitarian assistance, disaster relief. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And you mentioned Hurricane Sandy. You know, they actually came up with a drink named after Hurricane Sandy.
That's kind of mean.
Yeah. No, it's like a Manhattan, but watered down.
Oh, geez. Weak.
Okay, Dr. Miller.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thanks to Joel and his AUVSI and all the rest of the organizers for today's opportunity on behalf of Northrop Grumman. Appreciate it. And congratulations to everyone here. If you're not personally involved in UAVs, at least your presence here shows you're trying to figure out how to fit it into your mission statement and how to work it in. So a pleasure seeing everyone here. Before we get into the charts, I just brought a few to show some examples of how UAVs can be used. While we look to the future, and the Colonel mentioned it, the next wave of unmanned aircraft systems are going to certainly be quite amazing compared to today's standards. If you look in the past, UAVs have actually been around quite a while. I mean, we hate the term drone, at least in our business, but drones were the beginning, and we built drones back in the 40s and 50s. So this technology has been evolving for quite a while. I'm going to be talking about the other end of the spectrum from what Sam was talking about, the high altitude, long endurance, or HAIL aircraft. And there's discriminators and why they are particularly important to peace building and stability operations. And I'll be talking about overland, HAIL, which are known as Global Hawks, and the Navy's newest high altitude long endurance, known as Triton, which is not in production just yet. It's in development. It'll be IOCing initial operating capability in a couple years, 2017. And there are certainly today, as we sit here, there are UAVs out there doing tremendous work, and there's certainly more being developed right now. I mean, you probably saw in the news the X-47B unmanned aircraft, the carrier version landing and taking off from the carrier. That's pretty innovative stuff right there. Fire Scout, which is a helicopter unmanned. It's been deployed now on I think 3 or 4 different frigates. And it's out there operating in today's world. And certainly Global Hawk's been flying for over 10 years in places like out of Guam and out of the Middle East and out of the Mediterranean Sigonella. So these things are out there, and they're providing information to the commanders, whether it's military commanders or civilian commanders, on a as needed basis. Now, what makes these high altitude, long endurance aircraft so valuable in the peacekeeping? The Colonel mentioned one of them is certainly endurance. Well, there's a number of discriminators there. And as we look at these discriminators, they're not really meant to replace manned aircraft. They're really meant to complement manned aircraft and make them more efficient, make manned aircraft more efficient. As an old P3 guy, and I got an old colleague of mine back there, Captain Rich Goodwin, and it's good to see you're still awake, Rich. Good job. We used to go into the P3 ready room, and the worst mission we ever wanted was the over-water surface surveillance mission. We signed up to track submarines, and now we got to go out and look for the ships that we found yesterday, and they move. And 24 hours later, they're not where they were, and now we got to find them again. Well, that's not a very efficient use of manned aircraft, when in fact you could have something, whatever it is, that could stay over top for a day or a day and a half, or perhaps in the future multiple days, and keep track of these things as they're moving around. You can imagine if you had something like that off the coast of Somalia, there'd probably be less incidents of piracy, because you would see things as it's happening. You'd be able to warn things as it's happening. These things are evolving, and they're happening today. Fifth Fleet out in the Middle East has some high altitude long endurance aircraft. They had one. They've asked for another. They've got a second one now, and they are conducting a lot of operations, keeping track of the flow of just important merchant traffic. So oil is important merchant traffic going through there, and Iran's right there as well. So it's important to know what's going on a day-to-day basis. The excitement things come at very short spurts. The important thing is to be there for the endurance and the long time, to keep track of day-to-day life of, in that case, merchant traffic. So endurance is a big discriminator. Obviously, when you first go into something that's unstable, we talk about stability ops, meaning there is the opposite side of the coin, unstable. It's good to have a picture of what's going on the ground or on the water and sent back to the commanders, but it implies that initially it could be not stable, could be dangerous. So while all aviators think, they put the scarf on and off we go, we don't care about danger. Well, it's nice to have something that perhaps if it does get shot down, and we lost a Fire Scout over Libya because our CONOPS, we hadn't developed them. I'm saying we, the U.S. military, U.S. government, we, the U.S. people. So I guess you can't take a helicopter and fly over the bad guys and be imaging them for hours on end, and they might look up and notice you're there and take a shot at you. So the fact that they're unmanned allows that to be, as you can imagine, if you lose one, it's never a good thing, but at least you're not losing a person, a warfighter. So there's an inherent advantage in the unstable part of operations when you're flying unmanned aircraft. Long endurance, currently these guys like this one over here is flying over a day. Long range, these are big aircraft. This one here, wingspan exceeds that of a Boeing 737, 132 feet. It's over 32,000 pounds, carries over 5,000 pounds of payload. And when I say payload, totally unarmed, it's just sensors. So peacekeeping stability, you don't need weapons. It's an unweaponized platform. So is Global Hawk. So you can carry a high technology radar, the best that's out there, because weight's not a factor. You can carry the best EOIR that's out there, and again, weight's not a factor. You can carry electronic support measures that gain any RF energy that's being sent out there, and you can take all that information and send it off to where you need. So another key discriminator is for the HALE, high altitude long endurance, you have size, you've got endurance, you've got tremendous sensor capability, and you got the comm suite to support that. If it's line of sight and high altitude means over 50,000 feet, another big advantage. If there's a meteorological person here, they would say that most of our weather occurs from 40,000 feet and below. Well, you can get above the weather and you can transit and you can get there. So if you're within line of sight at 50,000 feet, which is a couple hundred miles, you can take all that data and send it down via a data link that does like 274 megabytes per second, which is faster than what we have at home. And even if you don't have line of sight, because usually you're not, if it's a long distance, you can do beyond line of sight satellite communications up to 50 megabytes per second. So all that information can get to where it needs to get and then be disseminated. And like the Colonel said earlier, it's the same mission for combat. You'll be doing the same thing for combat. You'll be collecting data and getting it to where it needs to get. So whether it's peace building or stability operations or combat, these aircraft are really fulfilling the same type of role: information surveillance and reconnaissance. Long range, another discriminator. I got two more. Long range, over 8,000 miles. The Rolls-Royce engine, over 300 knots for over a day. It's over 8,000 nautical miles. And you'll see some charts here in a second showing Haiti. That particular earthquake occurred, I think, back in 2008 or so. Within 24 hours, the U.S. military structure said, hey, let's get something out there to see what's going on. They launched a Global Hawk out of California. It flew from California to Haiti. It stayed there for 16 hours collecting information, and then came back to the U.S. and landed. And there's not many platforms that can do something like that. So long range. And then autonomous. These particular aircraft, they have communications via satellite. If you lose the communication link for whatever reason, you pre-flight the aircraft with its own mission. So you could tell that, hey, this is important. There's an earthquake there. Go there over Haiti and collect data, and then come back here and land if you don't hear from us. So, I mean, you never plan to lose communication links, but if you do, these aircraft can fly autonomously, do exactly the mission you want them to do, and come back and land without ever talking to anybody. So, very capable there, and a lot of applications in peace building and stability operations. Okay, let's see. I'm just going to throw a couple charts here just to give you some ideas of what's going on here. A couple apple pie ones just to show what some of the possible peace building and stability operation challenges are. Just click through one more time. Some of the things that we're looking at. Next chart, please. And again, you just notice the focus here is kind of a Triton as a Navy retiree working on the Triton program for the U.S. Navy. I'm kind of focused on maritime issues. Next chart. Okay, so here's one with the earthquake. The value of the high altitude long endurance aircraft being able to get out there, show imagery back, show exactly what the safe entry and exit for first responders are. As the Colonel mentioned, where the food is, that's probably pretty important. Establishing those three priorities: civilian security, civilian control, and providing the services back. All that depends on accurate information, and nothing better than having something that can stay up there for a long time, unblinking eye, to provide that information. Next chart, please. And just some more chart. Again, the big take away, a lot of aircraft can kind of provide this imagery, but to be able to respond in very short notice and fly several thousand miles to get there and then stay there for 16 hours and provide that communications back to wherever it needed to get to are the three things that should not be taken for granted. Next chart, please. California certainly suffers from fires, as we see even today. These aircraft have been used in the past, as I'm sure they're being used now. Perhaps not this particular airplane, but these provide the information to the first responders for safe entry and exit roads. Absolutely vital for any disaster relief, and especially in firefighting, where it's very dangerous, as we know. Next chart, please. Same thing could be said about hurricanes over land, but providing whatever the best, safest route entry and exits. Next chart. And one more. There you go. You saw the last one that said BAMS-D. The BAMS-D is the demonstrator for the Navy. The BAMS stands for Broad Area Maritime Surveillance. That's the aircraft that's currently in CENTCOM that the Navy's using. There's 2 of those there right now. Those are the older airplanes that the Air Force used to call Block 10s. So the Air Force is currently using a much newer aircraft in their operations. The Navy is waiting for Triton to come along, like I mentioned, 2017 IOC. In the meantime, they do have BAMS demonstrators currently in Central Command. Okay, and that, I think, completes my prepared remarks. Looking forward to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And I think we had a nice combination of both sort of the tactical aircraft right up to the strategic level. And hopefully they'll bring up some interesting questions from the audience. When you ask your questions, if I could get your name first, your affiliation. If you have a target, please pick your target. And then keep your comments pithy. That's the only other point. So right over here, General Holshek.
Chris Holshek from the Alliance for Peacebuilding. I just wondered if somebody could illustrate, if not from the panel, from here, because I think this is a really compelling argument in especially today's fiscal environment, and not just, by the way, for the government. Peace builders are often, I think somebody said that peace builders run bake sales in order to get their money. But could somebody kind of give an approximate costing, in the Haiti example is a good one, between what it costs to fly a satellite to get the same kind of imagery that you would need from perhaps a hail, just to compare those two things, because I think it's quite astounding.
Yeah, we're not flying Triton quite yet, so we don't have any. All we have is data from. I don't have any satellite data, for example. Perhaps the Air Force.
I would just give you that when you're looking at MQ medium altitude, you're talking about $4,000 a flying hour. Now remember that that's aircraft operations and things like that. That doesn't include your analysts and those kind of places. And then obviously you have to get the one thing that we've all talked about is connectivity, and being able to get that picture back, those words back, that whatever you're sensing back is going to cost you some amount of bandwidth also. So so the $4,000 flying hour is without that.
Yeah, we had our Navy program manager, Captain Hoke, was at AUVSI. He mentioned our cost per flight hour he's planning on is looking like under $10,000 an hour. He didn't use a specific number, though.
Sam, do you want to discuss some of the products you guys have been working with at NDU?
We try to run our relief GIFX instances on a shoestring budget, and that's the whole point. You bring in just the bare bones technology, not spend a lot of money commuting there and back, not spend a lot of money working on it, but essentially bring what you have and see how it works in the field and in cooperation with your partners, especially in ad hoc experimentation. So we try to minimize our costs as much as possible. That's all I can say.
Joel Coulter, KSI Video. Really I've been with the NDU group for many years. Wonderful stability building, capacity building capabilities. One of the things that came out of this is pre-positioning. We know the disaster zones around the world. Some of them always have earthquakes, they always have floods, they always have fires. You know where those disaster zones are around the world. I'd like y'all to address a little bit about what's the value of pre-positioning some of these things to get more proactive versus reactive.
Yeah, Joel, I'll say that, yeah, we do know where certain areas are prone, of course, but the opposite is true as well. I mean, who foresaw Fukushima happening in Japan, although they're on the rim of earthquakes? And that was a case, again, where, you know, within 48 hours, a hail was launched out of Guam and flew for 30 straight days over it. So certainly there's value in the pre-positioning things, but, again, having things that are globally positioned with long legs and long endurance is certainly one way to approach that.
I would have a question about the technology. I mean, how long can something be pre-positioned in such an advanced or a field where the technology is changing so quickly? So how long can you keep it there and not have it fall behind? And
well, so that's what the military does. They pre-position things, whether it's Air Force, Navy, Army. We pre-position things around the globe and ready for a response to whatever happens. So, you know, and there's a long tail of support and logistics for that. So that's something that I mean, the Colonel can certainly speak to is done on a daily basis. And UAVs is just one more arrow in that quiver, yeah.
I'd like to think of Camp Roberts Relief Chifix as a way of pre-positioning yourself for disasters where you cooperate with your potential partners well in advance of a potential disaster. So knowing who to work with, knowing how to work with those individuals goes a very long way when the stuff hits the fan and you actually have to deploy physically.
And I guess the last piece I would give to you is there's a balance between efficiency and effectiveness. And something that's pre-positioned is not efficient. It might be very effective when the time happens. And in today's budget environment, I would tell you that we're absolutely moving toward the efficiency piece. And as Greg said, with air power, regardless of what form it is, whether it's dropping food or whether it's dropping bombs, it's all about how fast is fast enough. There's really no point on the globe that his slideshow that you can't touch. So if that'll get you until somebody else deploys with a different sensor, LiDAR or some other kind, then that's the way to go.
George Peter, retired civil officer. Excuse me. Is there any advantage to in-flight refueling for, let's say, the Global Hawk?
So I would say that is absolutely. NASA has done a demonstration that put Global Hawk, put their RQ-4 in pre-contact phase, and it maintained that stability-wise, and that was the end of that experiment. I think that more endurance is always more endurance is better. Always is too strong, I think. But I would also challenge you to think through that more than just fuel. Can it be air recharging? You know, there's a lot of people doing, you know, propulsion is something that's really important for all the brain power here to think about, whether you're talking about combustion, whether you're talking about fuel cell, or whether you're talking about electric. They all bring something different to the table. So could I do air recharging the same way as I do air refueling? Possibly. Remembering that the beauty of JP8 is as you burn it, you get lighter and more efficient. That's not the case with electricity. You burn it and the weight's still there. But yes, air-to-air refueling for medium and high altitude is something that will be important.
Bill Oots with Seekit Corporation for Greg Miller. You mentioned 5,000-pound payload. That's mostly because of electronics and so forth. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you ever attempted to deliver anything that you offloaded, like humanitarian supplies of 2,000 pounds?
Right. So the answer would be no. But the Triton will have hard points on its wings designed to carry whatever the customer, the U.S. Navy in this case, decides. So we're envisioning it could carry search and rescue type of gear. It could carry lots of different things that could fit into a pod. Could carry another sensor perhaps. But we haven't done it, but we're prepared. We do have hard points that carry, I think it's 1,200 pounds each wing, 24 total.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick question about, does DARPA get involved in this, and have they come up with any sort of really crazy off-the-wall ideas that you guys have been looking at?
So DARPA is involved in a lot of different realms, whether one of the ones where we work with them the most really is link surety and making sure that all the information flow is is secure, non-disruptible, and it can get to the end user successfully. And as you look at the entire system, there's a number of places where it could be exploited by a determined enemy, and they really have been a great help with that. Other things that they do, they do a fair amount of work on propulsion, along with NASA, and wing shape. Their latest, there was an RFP out for a project that, and it's important for terminology for everybody here to understand. There's range that Greg was talking about. There's endurance, and you got to figure out what's important to you. Is it to get far away and stay aloft? Well, then maybe you want to be able to dash really quickly, get there, slow down, and then stay. Get your persistence established, get your endurance established. And one of DARPA's latest they can speak to really is an airplane that kind of balances those so that you can dash quickly to an area, stay there, come back and recover on a ship, which normally is quick dash, and long endurance has really usually been a take off on a flat deck or on or flat top or a runway. Now they want to talk about doing it off of a back of a regular ship.
Yeah, I'm Gary Sargent from Asymmetric Technologies. I've heard a lot about long duration and expensive unmanned aircraft with Predators, Reapers, and Global Hawk. Thoughts on shorter duration, miniaturization, and that capabilities limitation on some of those things, because there's a big issue with the smaller ones having persistent, and thoughts on moving towards a cheaper alternative than Reapers, Predators, and Global Hawks.
I can tell you that at Camp Roberts we test a lot of small systems specifically as carriers of other technologies, such as communication and especially Wi-Fi, cellular connectivity. So in a disaster or for peacekeeping stability operations, you're in an austere environment where you're not only going against natural elements, but sometimes man-made elements, if it's South Sudan or Congo. So miniature systems often serve as connecting points for larger systems. We test that out at Camp Roberts. I can't speak to the technical specs, but I can direct you to the reports that can describe that for you. But at least from our point of view, small miniature UAVs are keys in the next stage of peacekeeping stability ops.
What about, are these aircraft that can be fixed with duct tape? Can they be repaired by a really basic electronics person?
Yes, actually, I had another picture which we decided to replace with, and these are not quadricopters, but little quintocopters, I guess, 5-rotor machines literally this big, made with plastic, and off-the-shelf technology is as much off-the-shelf as you can. So yes, possibly these are not only expendable technologically, but easy to fix, operate, and maintain. And that's where we're going towards when it comes to some of the continental United States disasters, CONUS disasters, and outside of U.S. disasters.
And no violation of ITAR when you ship them abroad?
I don't think so. It's a toy. You can get that anywhere around the world and build it with parts that you can get anywhere.
I'll kind of pile on to your question. I think that is the next big, for lack of a better word, the next big thing. The enabling function to make them totally relevant is miniaturization. miniature encrypted data links, miniature sensors. As that goes further, you'll see even more expanses of the military into micro, nano, and smalls. As a matter of fact, the Air Force in probably the next 6 to 9 months will chart their way ahead for smalls, which is different than remotely piloted. So the smalls will do at previous AUVSI discussions, people have, brainstormed through the whole piece of the downside to a micro or nano is range. Well, what if I could actually drop them from a larger, as you characterize, more expensive RPA? Well, now you could have hundreds of these targets that the enemy would have to deal with. So that would be something that from the not peace building side, they would have to deal with. So I absolutely think that the smalls are going to be the next big boom.
Let me ask all three of you, and obviously when you're working in peacekeeping or peacekeeping operations, you have to work with civilians from the NGO community, presumably. How open are your organizations to working with the NGO community? Can they be non-U.S. nationals? Can they come visit, take a look at what you're doing, interact with you? Where are we in that?
Yeah, so now you are talking about ITAR kind of information. So there's a strict protocol that the U.S. government puts on us for any foreign interaction, any foreign visits. It doesn't say, I mean, it can't happen. It just has to be done via a very, very strict protocol that the U.S. government controls.
From our point of view, my project was designed specifically to engage non-military communities, so we are as open as possible within certain DoD limitations. We work with domestic and international NGOs for Camp Roberts specifically because Camp Roberts itself is a site for other DoD components. There are rules of who can travel, but we've had international visitors, mostly from the Partnership for Peace Nations. So we've had a lot of Canadians, we've had a lot of other individuals there. It is possible, it is possibly the next phase of development where if we want to engage a wider array of actors on a wide array of technologies, we'll have to broaden our scope, but that's up to the organizers at the Naval Postgraduate School. But the answer is yes, we are engaging specifically with non-DoD community as much as possible.
And would they contact you if they're interested in these programs?
Yes, they would.
And I think I would say that we're challenged. We have been focused on this long war for a lot of our resources, a lot of our brain power, and just getting to the point to where we can share our picture with the user on the ground all the way to the international partners that are out there is really taking a lot of effort to get over all the hurdles and stovepipes. We talked earlier about the airspace. That's one that we're into a lot of airspace. That's not insurmountable. The ICAO, that's a process, and that's going to happen. So we don't need to worry about that. But in terms of getting the picture to people out there, there are 4,000 rovers that are machines that can show you the picture that are on the ground with most all of our international partners. But as far as the NGOs go, we've really we're challenged as far as that goes.
Now, if I could come back with a specific example of Eastern Congo and some of the challenges that might be encountered there, whether you're flying from somewhere else and doing surveillance and so on, what is the technology at this point to be able to, for example, see through triple canopy jungle, or to be able to identify friend from foe or groups that look very similar?
Yeah, so I don't have a particular experience with that challenge. As far as I know, the radar is strictly a typical radar that allows you to see fixtures on the ground. For synthetic aperture radar as well. Again, that requires
And through jungle structures. It can do this?
Well, again, I'm not familiar with being able to do that through jungle, right? So, and EOIR is, again, it's infrared signatures. Again, how effective is that through heavy canopy? I have no experience there as well. So, as certainly something I'm sure everyone's looking at, whether you have a hyperspectral imaging that's being looked at. That's not a capability that's currently on our aircraft, but so.
I think that we're really hopeful with some of the things that we've seen in LiDAR. And with it,
what is that?
Essentially, LiDAR is a radar that uses light. And it takes massive computing power to come back and put the picture together, but you can, by the amount of light that returns, you can then build a picture that, while you have a triple canopy, it is not impenetrable. And so NGA is doing a lot of work on LiDAR. Important is the weight of the equipment, the amount of computing power that has to be done, et cetera. So we're very hopeful that LiDAR turns out to be the way to tackle something like that.
I would even add to that there's a lot of hope for miniature UAVs in that capacity, where you can send one through the tree canopies all the way down to the ground level and have them operate with impunity, essentially, because of their small size and because they blend in so much into the environment. So that's possibly the next stage of UAV development, where we have swarms of UAVs acting as insects, collecting information and sending it back to whoever needs it.
And we know the jungle needs more insects. Okay. Do we have any more questions? Over here.
Yeah, hi. Al Satoli, Asia American Initiative. With these small UAVs, how functional would they be in environment of pretty much total power outage, whether it be from a natural occurrence or from electromagnetic pulse?
So I guess I'll go after the EMP. That'd be a showstopper. That too is another booming area for work, because remember, every time we talk about smalls, the enemy is talking about smalls as well. So there's a lot of thought that's going into how do we defend against that. But as far as an EMP, that would be a problem. As far as the lack of power, it depends on what the source is. There are a number of smalls that are working under fuel cell. And so you take your hydrogen there rather than recharging capability, and you'll be good to go. So.
There's a lot of research out there. I've seen it, at least online, into biomimicry for UAVs, where universities, labs, technology companies are designing insect-like UAVs with short endurance, long penetration purposes. But again, I can't speak for the technology, but that research is out there. It's open source. You can see it. These insects are the size of your thumb, and they look like a bee, a fly, a dragonfly. So we're moving in that direction. What we do for power source and how we counter some of the energy issues related to it is, I guess, it would be another interesting discussion.
Hi, Cassandra Nanini from Center for Infrastructure Protection and Homeland Security. So I'm curious, we know that surveillance and counter-surveillance often are a cat and mouse game that go back and forth, and we've seen this some in the War on Terror. So I'm wondering, in peace operations, when it's an unwelcome peace operation, are we seeing any sort of uptick in counter-aircraft or anti-aircraft capabilities, detection of UAVs, countervailing measures against UAVs, and on the other side, are there any plans for developing a capacity for evasion or detection of such malicious units on the ground, or detection capabilities on the ground?
We've actually had an experiment at Camp Roberts this August that tried to mimic that issue, where we launched 2 sets of UAV swarms, blue versus red, where we actually tried to see if quote-unquote, our UAVs, the friendlies, could be attacked by other systems, and whether they could be susceptible to jamming, hacking, and other kind of methods. So we're working on that. We're still in the initial stages of it. Oftentimes, it's not the UAVs which are targeted by man-made systems that you're describing, but we're talking about individuals working on GIS crowdsourcing systems which are being hacked and attacked by by the other side. On the UAV side, again, we are working on it. We're trying to mimic those type of problems for small, cheap UAV systems which are expandable. I don't know how that would translate to more expensive systems that could be hijacked.
Well, certainly the colonel and the Air Force have the experience with war scenarios, but I'll just say theoretically, when you have a high altitude, long endurance aircraft, and you're collecting from an excess of 200 miles at an altitude of over 50,000 feet, it's a challenge for the other person to even know you're there. So that's one of the big discriminators, again, for a very large airplane from very far away. So that being said,
we spend a lot of time on the tactics of not being detected. So sometimes, unfortunately, when you fly around one guy, you might be flying over the top of somebody else. So it's a very complicated piece there. But what we really have seen more than trying to defeat the aircraft is to defeat the sensors. You know, individuals with small handheld lasers going against your IR ball. Individuals that may or may not understand that you're there collecting on what they're saying. There's just a lot of, they're trying to defeat the sensor.
We have 2 more questions in 3 minutes, so why don't we take both these last 2 questions and then we'll take final answers.
Hi there, my name is Bo Pollard. I'm with Aurora Flight Sciences. I want to thank you guys for coming out today. I really like the technical aspects. It's very in the field. My question is about the future of this technology. It looks like a lot of what we're talking about today is a repurposing of the military UAV technologies. And it seems very clear to me that in the very near future, especially in this country, we're going to open up this technology path to commercial industry. And as we've all seen with your iPhones and so forth, once it hits commercial and the market is there, these things just take off astronomically. Do you see, especially speaking about Camp Roberts, that commercial products are going to be a huge factor in the future of this type of technology and its uses?
And let's take the second question at the same time, and then we'll hit you guys with the final round.
They hijacked a year ago or so the government of Iran. What is true or not, I don't know. They claim they hijacked a UAV. So there is the possibility of hijack one of those large UAV, isn't it?
Your name?
Oh, I'm sorry, Al Diaz.
Okay, so your final answers and any final comments you may have.
Answering the Camp Roberts question, we try to work with as cheap systems as possible so that our UAV systems, our unmanned aerial platforms are as expandable as possible so that they could be replicated as much as possible overseas in austere conditions or here in the United States. So we don't actually worry about if we lose a UAV, how we're going to put it back together. So that's all made with commercial off-the-shelf technologies, foam, wood, electronics, anything you can get in Radio Shack or in a slightly more sophisticated setting. So we are trying to work with as many commercial systems as possible because for peacekeeping stability ops, we're realizing we're going to deal less with actual military hardware, more with hardware that you can obtain on the ground and on the spot.
Yeah, cybersecurity is always an issue. You're always trying to stay one step ahead of the hackers. These aircraft are all built with encrypted communications, very high level sophistication of protection. But theoretically, yes, it could happen, I guess. But certainly not something. There's something that is part of the design that the U.S. designs for. And as far as the commercial applications, I agree with you. I think once it hits once 2015 or whatever year FAA figures out national aerospace and the commercial, it's going to explode. I mean, I guess in 10 years from now, I'd be nervous if I was a FedEx pilot. So that's just my opinion.
Okay, and you got the right answer on the encrypted data links and the mandates from the Secretary of Defense to be encrypted. That's important. Words matter, and with respect to who's saying them and the credibility behind some of those claims on what was done and what is possible. So I'd give you that in your response back to hijacking. And as far as commercialization, these 5 test sites, I think really are going to be a way forward, and I'm hopeful that industry and academia pile into those strongly once they're decided where they are.
Well, I have to say that battling fleets of UAVs sounds like a lot of fun, and I don't know how you can do that kind of work while you're sober. Anyway, great panel. Thank you very much. I will leave it to what's a procedure at this point.
Okay. Well, first of all, thanks to Doug and the panel. The good news is lunch is here. So what we should probably do is move on over and get some lunch, and then come back, and then Joel will introduce our lunch speaker. So, if you would please. Phil, thank you for your service. Terrific job.
How you doing, George? Hey, you have a good time to go for you?
Okay. Yes. He did so. Yes. That was George Mason that set that up. Or who set that up? Oh, it was Tech Corner. Yes, that was Tech Corner. Because you, Jason's going to do that. Guys that blue shirt right there. So I used to work with a lot of group technology, Arabic languages. You don't have that anymore. They never took it back. But and then AP's got hacked. So the other social media type collaboration portal that was competing with it, which they should have been competing because they were complementary.
Oh, and join. Yeah.
And that got hacked a month after. So guess who's left? There aren't too many people left to do global collaboration.
I mean, I recognize that that's what this one is all about. The whole ITAR thing is not something that just go by the wayside. ITAR is the international But ITAR, there are technologies that are controlled by the state as to whether or not they can fly. UAVs of all kinds are on the ITAR. So that means you have to get state funding. So even though a capability may be host somewhere else, may be able to buy it from somebody else, it doesn't mean that we can sell it. U.S. industry may not be able to sell it. Even though somebody else can. So it's but our U.S. industry for some very good reasons. I mean, it's not that you want to go and throw ice cream. Either financial or because if they get into there you go. Or get rid dirty bombs, turn them into dirty bombs very easily. So that's one of the reasons that they did are controlled by you don't need a whole capacity. So yeah, there's it, and it's not that it's right or wrong. It's one of the It still has to get approved by the State Department. Yeah, trust me, I've sold F-16s and I've sold a lot of stuff. So you still have to get State Department approval to sell them. No, I'm not. But yeah, there is. And I think one of the things that also gets lost those are good for like 5 hours, and then they're or 20 hours or whatever. They do it. So you have to be prepared to the whole logistics, and that's what we offer for good about as well.
How you doing?
The problem with a lot of willing to dress something up to find a way to get around it. I just started you've been there where your plane's been down and you can't go anywhere because your valve or whatever, you know. So yeah, we have to help you deal with it. But they wouldn't let it happen. I mean, 87 they hadn't figured out that. Now they used the way to do it is aerostat. I mean, that's the smart way to go into that persistent Wi-Fi cell phone coverage. Now we're talking. Because one of the other things there's a lot of people on the ground. So I mean, you know, it's just, but it's that coordination. You know, all of it. It's just rather than trying to do it ad hoc, because that's what the default answer ends up being no. That's really great. You know what they did a number of years ago is very small. They launched it inside and were able to in real time send the data back and getting just phenomenal information because they were able to fly very low. Understand what they're doing closer to the ground. That doesn't matter so much as because it ends up closer to the ground. Yeah, it was the AI airplane. And they launched it. And I was there at the time, so I know we got into big trouble. Not we. No, because they were getting such amazing information. They never made the decision rather than they let it just run out of fuel. And FAA didn't like it. They didn't like it. They arbitrarily. Yeah, they yeah. That's how and so it actually went all the way from California to Australia. It took it a year, but it was nobody ever. So you go through all that, and so now you're getting the no kidding, sir, and it's right. I think I read that before her. So you have it in the middle of the surface, you've got it here, the air and then you have it. One, learn more about it. Yeah. It is, and that's Okay, so it all depends on the mission. Yeah, see, exactly, and I'm not actually a fan it's slower and everything, but there's all kinds of, and then you have to get balance. I remember him saying, oh, I wanted oh, well. Because you end that, okay, so that means you don't want to very smart classroom. So that means you got to have some and all of a sudden you're having this thing come down and there's a worker right there and the person on the ground saying, you need to go over 10 feet, you're about to land on a boulder or whatever. Yeah, so and there's there's been a lot of people trying to get in and get that guy out. So what you want to do is
We have one gate open, so that's a yes with an F or no with a yes.
Yeah, it's, other than we got at least one, yeah. Well, now they're saying at least 6
Good afternoon. I just want to welcome our luncheon speaker today, Jason Haynes. I've known Jason for a while. I actually worked with his dad down in Fort Pickett. And I just want to give a little plug for Fort Pickett. We saw all the great stuff that NDU was doing at Camp Roberts, which is a National Guard base. But some of my friends on the East Coast who had small UAVs and the travel and the cost of being out there for 2 weeks, they said, can't there be an East Coast Camp Roberts? Call it Camp Roberts East. So I started asking the state of Virginia. Fort Pickett was there. I went down there one time with a little company called AAI, David Yoel. He was doing precision agriculture and oil and gas pipeline monitoring. And I went down there and I saw NOAA, NASA, forestry, and I said, I had no idea. This is a secret. Why are you here? He said, Joel, location, 2.5 hours from D.C., and it cost anywhere from $3,000 to $6,000 for a whole week of running scenarios. I said, oh my gosh. So I went to UAV Pro that's down there, and I said, hey, you need to market this a little better. I mean, this is a great gold mine here, and I was able to, help them do that, and we became the first site now, one of the first pilot programs for TV white space, and it's something with database spectrum management. You haven't heard much of this, but when you start flying all these UAVs around, whether here or around the world, you're going to have spectrum to do so. And we are actually working on that right now to help manage that spectrum. But so without further ado, I'd like to talk a little bit about Jason Haynes. He basically is the senior advisor with NextUtech and board member for Epicenter Media Group. He has a quarter of a century of public service, working with forestry, rescue, firefighting, naval service, and over a decade of business management experience in California, Oregon, and Texas. He has really been a catalyst in the unmanned systems industry where he's operated a multitude of systems. Have you ever heard of the Scan Eagle? Well, Jason Haynes was the guy who created the program of record for the Scan Eagle. And he has extensive naval experience in submarine, surface warfare, aviation, expeditionary regular warfare, and special ops. He led many unmanned system advancements as director of Patriot 7 for the Undersecretary of the Air Force and organizational program manager for the Naval Special Warfare Unmanned Systems Technical Special Reconnaissance Director for, Joint Fires and ISR and Air Operations. He has spent several years researching and developing multifaceted solutions, focused on the fusion of technology and social culture. But he spent a lot of time over in stability ops in Iraq and Afghanistan and gained that importance of that cultural perspective. He's now, again, collaborating a little bit with ISOA and social cultural analysis for community engagement and development and efforts to ensure that the proper regulations, not restrictions, for autonomous and unmanned systems are appropriately enforced to protect civil privacy and constitutional rights. Jason Haynes.
Well, thank you much, and definitely want to thank the Reserve Officers Association. Wonderful building, wonderful luncheon. It was a great opportunity. I really enjoy the fact that ISOA comes together at AUVSI, that you're all able to attend, because I think there's some wonderful things that do go on. I'm an engineer by background, and I had to learn the hard way of how important it is to take some of those liberal arts education, of culture, of language, of human interaction. Not everything is a technology solve, as much as we want it to be or try to be, and there's an industry that's very strong about making things and delivering things, but we still got to focus on solving human problems, human issues, and conflict resolution. So if I can hit the next slide. Next UTech, we kind of bring in a lot of experience from many facets, both from military, civil, industry. It's a conglomerate of a kind of a board and a group of distinguished gentlemen and ladies who are part of that in senior advisory. But one of the things I really want to focus is culture does matter. You know, there's a great book titled that, Culture Matters, and it does. And again, my background as an engineer, I did spend 24 years active in the Navy, in submarines, surface, aviation, explosive ordnance, special operations as well. But the truth of the matter was, especially the last 8 years, the social culture analysis, there's a lot of people using that word, but very, very, very few understand what it really means, let alone define it correctly. I was fortunate enough to work with Dr. Ellis and Jim Sisko, who actually participated and worked with General Flynn, and which released their the Left of Bang paper. And I don't want to go in details about that. I'll show you the link to it later. But it's very critical, because getting left of bang, meaning we've had a catastrophic event where State Department, the military has to get involved. It's too late. We got to get left of that, before that in the timeline. And usually we see that we already have, whether it's through NGOs and other humanitarian organizations, or there's other relief projects going on, we already know there's problems and conflicts in regions. It's how do we mitigate and reduce requirement for that state level, military level, taxpayers having to go solve problems that should have been fixed beforehand. So getting left of bang is critical. Understanding what SCA really is, and before you apply anything in stability operations, any kind of technologies to that battle space or that problem space, you truly, truly, truly have to understand the culture. Particularly, we say we do, we try to, but it takes professional, long-term career study in that. Usually our academia are very good at that, but as a military organization, you know, the first people getting cut in the budget were the FAOs, or foreign area officers, cut in half on the Navy side. And that's catastrophic. And we do focus, I'll hit the STEM later on science, technology, engineering, management. It's great, but to me, and you know, I'm an engineer, and I'm all about the technology, but STEM as a professional officer or development makes you a better stick monkey, button masher, what have you. And you need language, you need regional expertise, you need some culture, you need to get out there to have those humanistic understandings, to build relationships so you can help in conflict resolution, and then tie in the technology to help be part of that material solution to it. So my point on the advanced technology doesn't replace human interaction, it does help in the development of knowledge. And one thing to be considered is, it's so easy to get wrapped up in our own paradigms as a Western culture or being advanced, where even the United States today, all right, everyone thinks, hey, we're all connected, right? We're not. 110 million American households, 1/3 of our nation, does not have high-speed internet. 45 million additionally are in the dark. So 145 million, 40% of the nation are not connected. So talk about a social economic segregation, okay? It's not about race anymore, it's about knowledge, access to medicine, access to health care, access to education. Our greatest cost in education is infrastructure. The reality is, and tablets only cost $35 in material. So why are we buying $100 books? Why are we paying $30 million for a building when we could put every kid in the cloud? It's not that hard. Every house is wired with electricity. Every house has a landline, but yet no fiber, no high-speed internet, and 145 million homes. We are 20th in the world on connectivity. But yet we assume we're all connected, and then we go overseas thinking we're going to solve problems with technology, this whole STEM mindset, and we completely forgot they're more disconnected than we are. We haven't even solved our own problems. So the next slide, if I can, please. GotSCA.com, they'll hyperlink you to many documents on social culture analysis. GB Hawk now runs this for SOCOM, Special Operations Command, but it's the fundamental value. I've lived this for the last 4 years. Prior to, I was running many programs for Naval Special Warfare, as Joel was reading, and somehow I got snatched up and sent to Afghanistan, Pakistan as a AFPAC hands, one of the first ones there. And I had to learn firsthand how to survive and deal with people living in a village without a fire base, without support. I kind of had an upbringing like that, but this time it was for real. But then as I incorporated my technology and my UAV systems, we started to come into, this is where I thank John Lambert and Joel from many years ago, because 6 years ago I came out of UVSI when I was the program manager for Naval Special Warfare and SOCOM. And I got up right after the Army brief. He comes in here with really cool hunter-killer tactics. You know, we're finding bad guys, we're doing this. And I come up as the SOCOM guy. Everyone's thinking, oh man, this is going to be great. I'm going to show some cool. And I'm like, put me out of a job. Use unmanned systems, use technologies to put the military out of a job. We are spending so much of the budget on this stuff. And it's great stuff, don't get me wrong. But what I'm asking on a challenging industry was to use the unmanned systems and the technologies to do precision agriculture. To go out in an afternoon, map the entire San Joaquin or Napa Valley, and go down by square foot, know exactly where you have fungicide, you've got any kind of pesticides that are overly enriched, your erosion rates, hyper multispectral. So when you look at your hyper multispectral imagery, when you see a normal picture, you get 4 colors per pixel, okay? Hyper multispectral, you get 256 wavelengths per pixel. So imagine slide barring that and what you can see. And you can take those algorithms and you start to remove it, and you start removing algorithms, you start to see through foliage, you start to see through some topsoil, because you've got so much data in there, 256 wavelengths per pixel. That's huge. What can be done in a Texas A&M or a Virginia Tech or other laboratory who can take that data and do something wonderful with it. And then you tie that into the host nation, partner nations centers, so that it's not just Monsanto who's got this generic hybrid. The world is. Look at where all the problem spots are. And when you look at when we have genocide, go left of bang. What caused that? Now, it's an overgeneralization, but at least I'd like to simplify is that usually there's a resource competition. Sometimes there's hatred, which is an education, but a lot of times the resource competition, and the resource competition comes from drought, famine, failed crops, etc. Syria. We knew Syria was failing 8 years ago. Oh, it's a surprise. No, it wasn't a surprise. All right, take a look. The Syria Council, the Idlib government, it's been pointing it out. It was pointed out 6.5 years ago because the crops are failing, the harvest, and all the droughts. We knew this was going to happen. All the young men came off the farms into the cities because the crops had failed, and guess what? No jobs. Failed governments. I mean, it was all predictable, but yet we weren't surprised. We just weren't paying attention. It wasn't the cool thing to look at SCA, social culture analysis. It wasn't the cool thing to do. But before I can apply any kind of technology, I have to understand what's going on. So a lot of you come from what I say is real solution groups. You've been out there, often without any kind of government grant. You create your own funds, you raise money, you find problems. They could be through missionary groups or your own nonprofits. So there's a lot of great things. You saw a wonderful panel today on all the UAV sides, especially the bigs and some of the smalls, but there's a lot of different paradigms. There was a great question that was asked earlier by a gentleman. He's like, well, what about dropping cargo payloads? And there has been experimentation done for that. And one of my NGO projects that I wanted to start was, and we've actually tested this, there's indices where we could drop 50-pound bags or 5-pound bags, either through parachute or small drops, precision drops, to deliver a bag of medicine. Why? Because when medicine's brought into a pure facility, often doesn't get delivered because the roads are failed. They're all mudded out, they're washed out, such forth. But when a village doctor who's only 80 miles inland or 100 miles inland calls in and needs some kind of emergency medicine, it can be loaded on the UAV, it can be dropped in precision, but that does not meet a military requirement. A military requirement for a cargo is going to be 2,000-pound payload, a 500-pound payload. So there's different requirements for different needs, and that's where I think you got a sense of a lot of the wonderful capabilities that the military infrastructure has, but at the same time, as civilians, as a society, we're not driving around tanks. We're not driving around the up-armored vehicles on our daily streets. We have completely different vehicles, completely different systems of transportation. I mean, other than a few extreme wealthy individuals in the world, none of us really fly F-18s on a regular basis on the civilian side. So very different requirements. So that's where I want to help on ISOA and all the other NGOs to identify, like, yes, there is technology, there are capabilities, and it's understanding what those assessments really are. What are those real requirements? Is it being able to be in Nigeria or Kenya and be able to drop at different locations, precision drop medicine or food to different places, you know, pre-planned, premeditated, what have you, at 5 pounds or 15 pounds or 50-pound packages? That will not be necessarily a military requirement. So these are things to consider for that. But I definitely encourage a lot of reading. Get Left of Bang. I apologize. I did cut off General Flynn's title. That is his paper with Dr. Ellis and Jim Sisko, and that will help define the architecture. And that's where I want to get, is get left of bang so the military doesn't have to respond. Taxpayers don't have to pay for all this. We brought the example up that, yes, the military is providing the DoD network of do maritime patrol in the Persian Gulf for commercial shipping. But at what point is it really the taxpayer's responsibility to protect commercial shipping? At what point does that transition to their own commercial enterprise? Do they do their own risk management and assess they need their own system as an independent small business or large business to do that? Should it be the American taxpayer paying that indefinitely? I don't think so. But that's where that could be considered, is where's that business model? Because when you look at their insurance rates to go into the Gulf, it's extremely. But when they mitigate that, that could be cost shared, cost deficit to where it could be partially commercialized. And at the same time, that same flight hour, the same ISR service of protecting the shipping lane on a commercial business plan could also be doing maritime research. Okay, tracking fish pods. Scan Eagle, if those who are familiar with it, was originally designed to go find fish. And it would launch off of a trawler, a fishing trawler, and be caught on one. And I've actually caught and launched these large aircraft from high-speed boats, so it can be done at sea. So that was the original mission, and then it became militarized. We've done wonderful things with it, but now it's like, instead of DoD military missions of unmanned systems being 97%, I want to get that back down to 3%, and the 97% model is all the peacekeeping, all the development of improving society should be that commercial focus, so that we're not putting all that burden on an over-resourcing on the military side. If you can hit this next slide, please. I mentioned the STEM LRIC, okay? The language, regional expertise, and cultural training. I think everyone I saw, academia, they're spot on with that. 85% of the DoD's recruiting effort is in STEM. Not saying that's wrong, just saying it's a fact, and we have lost a lot of our regional expertise. We've kind of overgeneralized, and now we had to create a program like AFPAC Hands or more focused. Army has done very well fail programs. Navy tries, and they go through these. It's a budget. It's fiscally constrained. So, state, military, we're going to have to rely more on professional civilians who do study, and to try to be more open to that. But again, for our professional officer corps, our NCOs, there's great efforts within the Navy Marine Corps to help improve that. But it's an education training process to get into that STEM LRIC leader, because it is a force multiplier. to be able to help in conflict resolution with human dynamics, especially when you have diverse cultures. One of the best readings I've ever had on Afghanistan was Louis Dupree, written in 1973. Afghanistan's a title. And he describes them, I think it's page 158 or so, as an inward-looking society. And the nice thing was it was written before all the devastation, all the big wars, but an inward-looking society. And you can ask a simple question. Why do people live in West Virginia, in the backwoods and the mountains? Why do people live in East Tennessee? Why do people live in the Mojave Desert? You know, deep in the bayous. Because there are people who just want to be left alone. They don't want big government. They want to be told what to do or not do on their land. So there's nothing wrong with that. That's part of our American freedom and independence that people want to do that. But we've only been here for a couple hundred years. Take that times a couple thousand years of people being independent, inward-looking. They don't want a centralized government. They just want to run their farm, be successful, and everything else. So we kind of come out, you know, our philosophy is a lot different. And we don't really train to that understanding. So that's why I like Louis Dupree, because that was the best assessment of understanding. It's an inward-looking society in 90% of Afghanistan, and about 80% of our land mass, we have an inward-looking society too. And we've cut them off by not giving them internet. Yeah, at what point do the farmers and the ranchers say, hey, I mean, what happens when they protest and they want internet for food? I mean, we would wake up real quick, but you know, we hurt them more by not allowing education, access to health care, and reducing those infrastructure costs is just incredible. Worked with experiment using UHF now, television white space. It's a wonderful opportunity for NGOs. When I can take a UHF carrier wave and shoot 80 miles line of sight, super Wi-Fi, on $5,000 transmitter, not a $50,000 microwave relay, that's huge. One Wi-Fi tower can replace 16 cell towers. So that type of empowering and developing nation, our rural countryside, is phenomenal. It's getting left of bang, okay, and solving problems here domestically and overseas and doing it for cheaper, more efficient. And you know, one of the great quotes from Winston Churchill is, gentlemen, we're out of money, and it's time to think. It's been said a lot recently, but it's very, very true. And it is time to think and to be smarter, not harder. And that's why I appreciate the coming together, the joining of ISOA with AUVSI, because again, great technologies, great capabilities, with great understanding of a lot of problems, and it's tying these in together, and I really appreciate everyone doing this. A couple points I want to cover today that were brought up. Flight hour comparison was a unique point of view. $10,000 sounds like a lot. It's cheap for a large aircraft system. An F-15 flying around is $25,000 a flight hour. They don't fly alone. F-18s in the Navy are $18,000 a flight hour. They don't fly alone. They always fly in pairs. So you're doubling that. Most of my background, I had a lot of the medium-sized airframes. So Scandia was $500 a flight hour. My 8 units overseas, we flew 1,800 sorties, 1,600 strike missions at $500 a flight hour. So the 1,600 strike missions, in order to protect coalition and partner nation forces, with 850 direct action missions where I had SEALs and Green Berets actually going on to connect target. Not a single frogman, sailor, ranger, Green Beret, or Marine were hurt in 8 months of combat on 858 missions because of using the ISR and the fires. The month after I left, 10 SEALs were killed by the next unit coming in. But it's because using that coupled with we helped the community not only just go find bad guys, but we found their problems. What animals were raiding into their crops, what people were thieving their crops, where they were over-irrigating or under-irrigating. We were able to help them define those requirements to that, and we were in ad hoc trying to figure out how to use ISR for more than just a military version. I was fortunate enough that I was involved with TNT at Camp Roberts through Dr. Netzger, a naval postgraduate, and I know Dr. Lynn Wells through NDU has been using Camp Roberts quite well, and I think it was Mr. Bennett that was up, Bendit, if I pronounced correctly. Wonderful things going on, so a lot of great collaboration there. And I was fortunate to work for the Secretary of Air Force at using the Patriot 7 program on the East Coast side. So as a Navy officer running a Secretary of Air Force program and then working for Army Soldiering Center and being the OIC at Fort Huachuca for all these other programs, it was kind of very divergent career path. And there's a unique thing about the Navy. There's some great, wonderful things that happen at NavAir Syscom. You know, the Pax River, all the development, you heard some great, wonderful things happening. But then there's the Naval Air Forces side. Naval Air Forces is where they actually have the actual aircraft that are actually in the fleet, and they don't want it because they're afraid it's going to take all the pilots at the cockpit. And it has the appearance to do so. But at the same time, as we miniaturize these weapon systems, get them smarter and smarter, you know, there's a point of, and I like to use the example of the Talon UAV. It was originally designed to fly to a power pole and lock on with its claw, the Talon, to recharge. Wonderful idea. DARPA pushed it, a few other people. Well, I was like, well, why do I need a 2,000-pound JDAM? What's the third, fourth order effect of dropping a bomb in a power plant when we got to cut the power off for the enemy? You know, that's a requirement. But the third, fourth order effect is eventually I got to send Marines or soldiers and Seabees in there to repair it and rebuild it. And they're probably going to get sniped. They're probably going to get IED'd. Not to mention it's going to cost maybe taxpayers another $300 million or more to rebuild all that. But if the Talon UAV was kind of moderately weaponized to say instead of recharging, it actually cut that power line, well, a couple days later, after we got the military effect of securing power to the command facility, we, through other mechanisms, can actually get a repairman to go in there through the community and fix the line where we cut it. The Super Strike Fighter guy, he still gets his air medal, still gets his promotion, but look at all the lives we saved. Look at all the millions of dollars taxpayers we just saved, just because we got smarter and not harder. So similar application is challenging thought. You know, like I mentioned earlier with the cargo payloads is, for a military purpose, we want it to be 500 pounds, 2,000 pounds of cargo because we've got troopers out there. But on the peacekeeping of a civilian project, it might be a 5-pound bag or a 50-pound bag. So those are the requirements that we need to define as a very separate industry and help bring those kind of solutions because it can be done. And for those of you who have operated down the jungles of South America, Mindanao, and Africa, and other arduous places, and many of the stands throughout Central Asia, there are inaccessible roads and area. And if someone's in critical need, just the fact that a 5-pound bag of medicine or an instrument that a field doctor could use, it's amazing. It has strategic impact. A tactical mission having huge strategic impact is critical. Next slide, please. This is interesting because the Green Pyramid, strategic intent. This was kind of the view that we looked at in Afghanistan, and I think you look this anywhere, is we think we have this wonderful pyramid, you know, command, control, organization, and that's what we think is happening. But in the red, that's kind of the reality. We built this, Afghanistan was really key in the beginning of the middle years. We built this elaborate roofing system that really didn't have any foundation. Didn't have any structure to it at all. And it was barely reaching the provincial level. So you didn't have buy-in. You didn't have any partnership at the district and village levels. That's why there's such a disconnect. We use the word gyroa, the government of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan. But when troopers would go into villages, you guys support gyroa, you guys support gyroa. Well, the LREC, the language, regional expertise, culture, it was in their mind saying you guys support Western government. So they don't want to support gyro. What the hell is that? So speaking in Dari, speaking in Pashto, talking with the villagers, and telling them like, hey, the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan, like, the Islamic Republic, what's that? And it was their own rule of law, their own nation. In fact, IDLG, the Independent Directory of Governments, they only published in Dari in English, subnational government's policies. They would not publish in Pashto. And when you're in the entire, bottom 7/10 of the country and it's not in Pashto, you don't have buy-in at all. And the excuse was it was too expensive. It's too expensive, but you'll get Kimonic $16 million to go to villages they're not in or districts they weren't in, and you can't put it in Pashto. You can't give them something they can read for themselves. That took 9 months after I was on deck in Kandahar. And I was fortunate that, like Mr. Muncie, Mr. Baltazar from USAID, and many other senior leadership and people I don't know, but who were part of that, helped influence to raise money and get those things fixed. But that was 2010. And the IDLG had been formally established, I think, around 2005. So little things like that. But trying to avoid that reality, and we got to build a great foundation, get it so it is in the grain. And that's where the district village stability was key. If we hit the next one, please. This is the logical lines of operation. This is typical, comes right at the coin manuals. You know, this is kind of a military view of how to go in and do stability. So I apologize if this is different to most people, but I think most of the people who have had a military education background or have worked with government, you may have seen something like this. But basically, you're looking at the different infrastructures, providing civilian security, working with the host nation security force, essential services, everything from getting trash and garbage, sewage, water, healthcare, such forth. I came into what's called the Hawk-Riz region, 85 miles north of Kandahar. Everything was black. Nothing existed. Lived with the village, 80 miles away from any fire base, and within about 100 days, there's a lot of red and orange, but within 100 days, we had color. We got engagement involved. We didn't have to we didn't bring in all the mass MRAPs. We didn't bring in, it was just us living indigenously to get them back and working with their own government, bringing in their leadership, taking that IDLG, the subnational government's policy, and working holistic. They lost the art of farming. The way they canned and for the preservation of food was they remembered a cup or a jar and a pot of water. So they had styrofoam and plastic in pots of cold water. They thought they were canning. They didn't realize they needed mason jars and boiling water to get a vacuum seal on that. I'd go to the market and I'd look at the Angora, their grapes, and you could tell they'd been ripped off the vine. Stiff, snipped at a nice little clean angle. You know, because 35 years ago, the landowners who maintained that knowledge, like Masons did, building buildings, they left. So who took over the farms? Squatters and the servants or the laborers. And they continued what they remembered, but they lost the art of farming and self-sufficiency. So just coming back in there and teach them basic fundamental. We didn't have to give them fertilizer. In fact, you saw a lot of people giving away seed, giving away fertilizer, giving away tools. No, we don't give it away. If you need fertilizer, you need tools, you come to class. And we trained them on how to use it. Recycling even the mesh or cardboard, stripping it up and using it as a mulch. Just by putting mulch around a tree base or a plant increases the productivity by over 40%. I mean, for something, you're only getting 3 or 4 fruit, and now you're increasing by 40%. That's huge. So there was all these things that were going on that we helped just get them back to fundamentals, and it took that LREC side, understanding language, understanding culture, develop. Help them academically, help them professionally, whether it's through microgrant, microloan, or other small farmer-type solutions. How do we do that? So one of the things I like to show is what we try at Nexutech to do is we help facilitate these things. And when it comes to your organization, when you want, we need a UAV, right? You're going to get the salesman's pitch. Oh, it does this. It can fly for 10 hours and carry 50 pounds. Or this, But what we also want to do is help you define your real requirement. Does it really need to go to 20,000 feet? Does it really need to carry 500 pounds just because this system, this payload is 500 pounds? Maybe it's the wrong payload. So we help you peel back that onion, help you define what the real requirements are, what the effects you're wanting to do, what are those long-term, and so it's transferable. Because when we take stuff over to another nation, we're artificially injecting it. If we're taking them supplies, we're destroying the small businessmen in that nation. We actually create more instability when we think we're doing stability. And so you hear a lot of relief organizations saying, don't send us your clothes, don't send us all these other things, because one, you can't tell how well it's taken care of. It is better to use the regional market, get the money and use the regional market to redevelop the small business and efforts there so that we really truly are creating that stability. And there's a balance. There's a trade-off where we have to artificially inject, but we have to know when the cutoff is and bring them back up in capacity. So it's, tying those things in. ITAR. ITAR is a serious issue. You can go to Best Buy, buy 5 different computers. Individually, you can ship them overseas, no problem. You put them together, you are very likely to be an ITAR violation because now you put them together as a network. So it's very critical to know exactly what you're packing, because it could be something as much as the Bluetooth or a drive in there. You don't know. And so that's one thing we do help with, and I do like Tidewater Global Services. They're very, very good. They have a wonderful ITAR, and they also do customs, and they do the bonding, secure systems. So if you're ever going to deal with anything technology, and whether it's computers, laptops, servers, UAVs, what have you, it is far better to go through the process and do your voluntary disclosure with the State Department. Because even if you're on a state contract, even though you're on contract with state or the military, you still have to file. And if you don't, and you get caught 2 or 3 years later, someone's going to jail or getting a very, very bad fine. But do the voluntary disclosure early, and that will save you a lot of headache and heartache, and as well as legal protection. The spectrums, all the spectrums of operational environment. Okay, and you can take it from the meteorological. One nice thing we were able to do, because we had problems, and we didn't know if we had a genetic inheritance problem, because we had half the people in the village were deaf, dumb, or blind. Now, is this because of 2,000 years of very closely related people marrying? We didn't know. Is it because of arsenic or other contaminants in the water or in the minerals? So having unmanned systems, robotics, and other technology come in, and other soil sampling and hydrology, so we couldn't bring a hydrologist or a geologist to every city, but we were able to help collect and get these things out and do studies and have studies done to help us mitigate and find out what these problems were, so we had the right effects going. A lot of issues with unmanned systems, the frequency management, airspace management deconfliction, these are huge things. And because there's not really an FAA or FCC in another country, you can kind of get away with a lot of things, but you still want to do due cause. And if you are in a joint or coalition, you want to be able to have structure. The biggest problems we had in Iraq, we probably had more casualties that were self-inflicted because we were jamming each other. So it's really critical. It's really critical that you go through that process, and that's something like us at NexuTech and other groups that we help specialize in to help make sure that you're not going to jam yourself or someone's going to jam you, and you can work within the host nation government appropriately. Training, readiness, maintenance, and risk management. We get to that factor of you're going to get a system, you got to be trained, you got to know it. Emergency procedures, all the fail-safes, the what-ifs, losing it. And it can be, there's the worst thing if it falls in someone's house or anything like that, or to the fact it doesn't perform, or it's misunderstood what you're doing. So going back to the cultural aspect is, and my pictures will show, is we had to do a lot of coordination preemptively with our partners, our villagers and elders, what we're going to do, why we're going to fly. We identified what their issues were in their crops. They were failing because, birds or other animals were eating the crops, or they thought someone was stealing it, or what have you. So we identified, okay, you need something to look at your farm at night to make sure that you're protected and safeguarded. So that's why we're going to fly the system to help protect your farm and do this. So we had their buy-in. It wasn't us just out there spying on them because, they were afraid we'd be looking at their women or do these other things. But when they were involved with the process and they were part of the decision-making, using that cultural thing and to help them solve a problem, yes, we found out where the coyotes were coming from. We found out that, whether it was people from another village sneaking over in the middle of the night and stealing from the farm or what have you, or if someone who's being falsely accused of stealing wasn't, we were able to prove their innocence in that regard. And the data, kind of in a Apocalypse Now and Heart of Darkness kind of theme. The data is critical. What do you do with it? How is it used? How is it managed? How is it safeguarded? There's some wonderful things that are happening in the cloud type capabilities and how signals can be protected with encryption and such forth. But again, protecting is not really the harder part. It's what you're going to do with it and how do you protect it, where you're going to store it, you're going to analyze it, you're going to share with and collaborate with. And I really like one of the things that KSI Video is doing, because away from my military experience, going back to being a first responder, a fireman, doing rescue, growing up in the Mojave Desert in Oregon where I worked with my communities, and even doing these projects I've done overseas in the Philippines and Colombia working with villages, when you have all these people coming in from different perspectives and different capabilities, they're not going to afford the $50,000 rover to look down a video it needs to work on this. And it does. But to have the same kind of interaction that even someone who's completely untrained on this can actually walk up and already have an idea of how to use it. So I hope you really get a chance to look at the KSI videos, because it puts in such a user interface to where I know exactly what's going on in the community. If I have a disaster, whether it's a FEMA or another USAID led, I'm overseas, no matter who comes in there, it's like this wonderful splash page where I can see what's going on. So I hope you'll see that this afternoon, but it's really special. And it makes it simple, and because it's so common, it's drag and drop. And that's the fusion it's got to be. Again, the military version, it has to be restrictive, it has to be packaged and protected and such forth. But in our domains of what we're trying to do in the village or in the community, to keep it left to bang, so we don't need to have a military crisis. We're helping to save their farm, we're helping to save their village, their water supply, resource management, endangered species, unmanned systems for going out on reservations, stopping poachers. Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing what you can do. So there's a lot of applications which you've seen all. I don't want to kill them all, but it's just, there's neat. Next slide, please. And to get their buy-in from 16 different villages, and these were the mountain men, 80 miles north of Canada. The people in Kandahar they were scared of the mountain men. Soviet Hinds sitting behind the mountain that they shot down as kids. Them coming together, signing peace accords, because, again, they were listening to Gyro. What the hell is Gyro? Western government? I don't want that. But when they heard Islamic Republic of Afghanistan, ooh, what's that? Tell me more. It's just putting it in the right semantics. They had the buy-in. They wanted the unmanned system there because it was proving one village wasn't stealing from them. It was actually a herd of coyotes. And we were able to prove it, and they were able to solve the problem together. And we tried to practice a little bit of precision agriculture. Again, I had limited means, I had limited capability, but we were starting the process. Eventually, I worked with two wonderful people, part of USAID, who came in, and we got 40,000 tons of pomegranates. 40,000 tons of pomegranates out of their desert. First time ever. Went to the international market, came to the United States, went to Dubai, and their cell towers used to be shut off. And we'd ask them, how much do you get for your pomegranate? How much do you get for it? Oh, it's 5 Afghani a kilo. Really? So I had to pull out my MR sack. The cell phones were down because the Taliban would threaten to, killing one if the cell phones were down. Well, okay. I put it in. You're a farmer, Kandahar Valley. And I type in the code, get small amount of information. Oh, Angor, it's 45 Afghani a kilo. So the trader coming to town, he's not being a good Afghan, he's not being a good Muslim, telling you 5 when it's really 45. But because your son, your nephew, the cousin, the Taliban is keeping the cell phones off, you're being robbed by your own son, nephew, cousin. 2 weeks later, all the cell phone towers are back on. We didn't do anything. They empowered themselves. Gizab in June of 2010, 400 Talibs were ousted from the entire province of Gizab without a single shot fired. All because they were empowered. They decided for themselves. So technology, working with them, STEM, LREC, and unmanned systems can definitely help you tremendously. But again, there's some great things from the military side, but look at what your requirements are and peel back that onion a little bit. Redefine it. What do we need to be from ISOA, NGO, and such forth? Because there's a lot already out there, and there's a lot more we can be doing, because it should be 97% in this peacetime effort and improving society. I don't say we don't need the government doing it, but we should be doing it better and around the world. Getting ourselves connected so that we're not 20th in the world. So appreciate your time. And last slide, I think that should close it out. And our website's nexutech.com. And I'll be available afterwards if there's any questions. And I hope you enjoy the rest of lunch. Thank you so much.
Okay, we have about 10 minutes before we start with the next panel.
Nothing new. Nothing new. Still, still 2 other shooters out there on the loose. Yeah, one gunman's been killed, but there's still 2 other
And the other thing, I like it.
It is so true though.
Let's do it.
I was program manager on I would bang my head against the wall. I thought we had decided this. You know, we had this discussion yesterday and the day before and the day before, and I said no. And after it was all done, they gave me this book called An Era of the Mind, which is absolutely phenomenal. Written back in the 70s. Yeah. He mentioned it before, but the Era of the Mind.
Right, he's the one
I think
who
it was
is,
in the 70s.
he's the one who is all.
And then they re-released it. They gave me this book, and I read it, and I'm like, so that's why. Because when in the Arab culture, they hear no as Mason. And unless you say
Jason?
you say no, no, they hear that as very good. But if you say no, they hear no as and so we were going through this, and he was hearing me say maybe. And I was trying to figure out why did we have to keep going back to the same discussion, which I thought we had. Yeah. Yeah, they are. They are. And these were the reviews that I was.
Administrative question came up. I want to make sure everybody's got this. If you want to get on Wi-Fi here, it's top of the hill. You click on that, and the security key or code or whatever it is Minuteman. Lowercase, like one word. Minuteman. Not the missile, but the.
They are saying there's still 2 years Well, that's what it says here, that there's a SWAT team over by the township.
Well, here they are right there.
Hey, Al? Where's Al? Al.
That's why I called my mom. Down here, but I was actually all of us went, oh, wait, we all have to be at these other meetings. So we just forgot that there was a regular standing we should talk about. So, oh, we'll go to that one and we'll do our meeting. That's why
Yep.
All have your card. Al said, Al have a card. Oh, did you have a tech card? Yeah, you got you. Yeah. Is there a spare card in here? Is there a spare card? Al got a tech card, did he? No, because you didn't know.
Oh, yeah. Sure. You got a pen? I got a pen. You have a bigger, I don't have a bigger thing, I just did. Yeah, I don't have a marker. If you have a marker, use the other side for the marker. Okay, I'd like to bring everybody back so we can get our third panel underway, please. I think our fourth panel, if y'all don't know, there was a shooting at the Naval Shipyard today, and so DHS will not be here. I mean, I think Dr. Appleby got yanked, and I don't know the details, but I think they locked down D.C. for a while, and airports and stuff. And my thoughts go out to the people. I think they were, I don't know if anybody has data what the current status is, but okay.
I just talked to my wife. She said they say 4 people were killed, 11 were wounded.
Okay.
Not a lot.
Okay. Well, in the third panel, let me just introduce myself. I'm Joel Coulter. I'm the Vice President of AUVSI DC chapter, and I'm also the Vice President of Business Development for KSI Video. A little bit of background, I'm just a serial entrepreneur. I've developed a lot of, been at the beginning of collaborative technology, process technology, mobile technologies, and had the benefit of meeting Jason Bart when he was starting one of his first companies down in Suffolk called EchoStorm, and he had some amazing capabilities back then with video, and allowed what was called at the time horizontal fusion, which what it basically means is the ability to share the data in near real time to critical people so they can adapt to changing situations on the ground. And this is, when we started this with AUVSI, we had our first national CHAP last year on global stability, and Christopher Holchek, wondered why, because he didn't have any unmanned systems background, why he was a presenter. And it was best that he wasn't. He knew about the internet, and he knew about stability, and he knew about peace building, and he made a challenge to the 80-some people that were there, which said, I remember when the internet first started, the U.S. made a great investment in leadership and commitment to ensure there were global protocols, standards, and policies related to how the internet was going to use, and that's why we have e-commerce now around the world. That's why we have global standards for how the internet's to be used. Now, a couple of countries have tried to change those standards over the years at Tunis and the World Internet Security, but we've kept leadership. Today's panel really is looking at, it is all about the data. I had somebody tell me that within this unmanned systems of systems, that the platform is only 20% of what you should be concerned about. And at the end of the day, it is all about the data. And just to give you some kind of how fast this industry is moving, there's a wide array of underwater, surface, maritime, ground, and air systems. In fact, there's probably over 30,000 systems now that cover that spectrum. And we're not the only manufacturer. China, Iran, Mexico, a lot of these countries who manufacture and sell these things have no ITAR restrictions. So because of our 70% investment in unmanned systems on the defense side, all these countries are aware that these systems exist, and they all want them. I mean, it's a high priority for all countries to buy these unmanned systems. In the majority of cases, we're not the supplier. It could be UK, could be Canada, could be Israel, could be Mexico, could be Iran, could be China has 150 systems. Okay? So they're way out there, and then you add all the sensor packages to them in the ground stations, and you've got technology on top of technology. You've got more things, the sensor comms and everything, and so it's a mass technology growth around 24/7 eyes on and imagery, and so you can imagine the transformational aspect of this is as big, if not bigger, than the internet. But at this point in time, no one's leading. And the challenge is, and what Peter Singer wrote in his book, Wired for War, is we could go down a path of total instability for these systems. But we have an opportunity through this campaign that Chris and I and ROA and others have started, ISOA, to start really building that leadership group, that stabilities group, to help these other countries who just got cell phones a few years ago. And there's a lot more to a UAV than there is to a cell phone. Okay? In our country, we've started developing common control systems, so it doesn't matter what UAV you use. There's a common control system. There's common control software. There's common user interface. So it's very easy. So we're trying to, there's a lot of effort being made to make this simple to use. And one of the things I want to make sure that you all understand, in the I always tell when I go, if you all come to the Star Tides event, you will see 40, 50, 60 vendors out there, and you'll see an ICT group with small, tethered blimp will be up there. And hopefully KSI Video, others, is that we lead in this area of collaborative systems. We have them in 30 languages, and so at the end of the day, I always talk about connectivity has to be with collaboration when it comes to unmanned systems. You can't just provide the connectivity and blast all that unmanned systems data willy-nilly around the world, because that's a very destabilizing force. So you have to have collaboration. And today, I mean, we have some amazing people here today. We have Al Santoli, Andreas Jodecki, and Jason Barton. And I've known Al since 2002. Al's an amazing person. He just won the Purple Heart of the Year award from the Philippine president for all his great work in Sulu, Mindanao. And it's a stable environment, but he committed for 10 years, still commits to there. Because so the people in Sulu, Mindanao know that Al is there. He's always there. He always will come back. So it's that trust-building commitment that outside of the unmanned system that deals with all this data that these things create that you have to have in country. So I'm going to go ahead and let Al start, and then I'll introduce the other people with his presentation. Al.
Okay. Well, thank you, Joel. And I would like to thank all of the organizers today, including Chris and ROA, all of Joel's associates, and in the future, the upcoming presentations at NDU and at George Mason University, which all kind of tie in for a integrated picture of how do you merge the issue of the data with also the issue of the human interaction. My organization and my specialty is being immersed in cultures that are in transition or in conflict. And to do that, it requires a great deal of trust. And the way at times that you build trust, well, first and foremost, it's always the issue of consistency. Consistency is absolutely critical. And when you do have the data, how you act on that data is something that we have to take in consideration for a long period of time. When I started doing, I left government to do the non-governmental approach in 2002, right after the 9/11, I thought maybe we'd do it for a few years. And then we would have sufficient stability in peacekeeping, peace building in certain areas that one could then go back to the progression of life as a professional that always tied into the issue of dealing with national security and foreign policy. But I never thought that I would devote the rest of my life to being in remote areas with tribal cultures, with people who have not had much of a chance for education, but yet when there's stability and peace that sustains itself, it's due to having the data that can be utilized either for them to survive within their own environment or to develop the kinds of education systems where they know that their children will have a chance so that there is a future. And then on top of that, one never thought that starting with the cyclone in Burma, going back to about 2003, 2004, that we would face a period of radically altered weather cycles, where we would be continually not only dealing with stability in communities, but also having to deal with natural disasters, humanitarian relief, nonstop. So whatever budgets that you have, that you thought you would be devoting to setting up systems, education systems, livelihood systems, good governance systems, it gets altered by the fact that nature is intervening in only the way that, the power of the Almighty can throw everything up in the air with floods, typhoons, earthquakes, tsunamis, and it's something we're going to be faced with for a while. I probably, for a good part, for those of us in this room, for the rest of our lives, and we've got to be able to be flexible enough to A, look at what's coming very clearly and set up appropriate systems to deal with it, and B, when it does happen, to have the kind of emergency response systems where you can do rapid action. And what I've seen in most cases is we don't have those systems for rapid action because of a lack of data. When I've seen people needlessly die because because there wasn't set up the ability to take real-time pictures when a storm strikes, where people have been smashed by logs from illegal logging sites as the rain washes them down a hill like missiles. But if one of the things I think we saw in one of the previous slides this morning, it might have been our friend Lynn Schneider, was that now in the Philippines there's using the UAVs to be able to search in the remote mountains, sometimes under dense foliage, to find the places where the illegal logs are stored so they can be intervened before the next storm hits and the potential of entire communities being wiped out as happened last year and the year before. Let's see. Next slide, please. We'll look at some common basic needs. Real-time pictures for search and rescue, infrastructure conditions and assessments of the damage, emergency communications, coordination of service providers. Now, the issues of the emergency communication and coordination of service providers, in many circumstances the electricity is knocked out or there are no towers, no cell phone towers or Wi-Fi towers, and the capabilities of the unmanned vehicles to be able to provide those services is essential. It's inexpensive and essential, and it should be more widely deployed. And I know that the UN is doing it through their UN Spider program, and the UN Spider program used to mostly focus on satellite. But the one thing that everybody found, I think for many of the people in this room know, is that when you've got low cloud density, you can't take the pictures properly. Or the pictures are not at that point where you can actually see people on the ground. And where roads and bridges sometimes could be footpaths, but are essential footpaths, whether or not they're still standing. So we're developing one program, I'll just digress for about 10 seconds here, which is what I'm calling horseback emergency services, where roads and bridges are knocked out, to actually have horses and donkeys to carry in mobile surgical teams. But yet for those surgical teams to be able to succeed and to know where to go, because even for a horse, if you're on the side of a slippery mountain with the road washed out, you can go down that mountain real easy off the side of the cliff. So having the UAVs in front of you kind of navigating and guiding you is really an essential factor in protecting the lives of the service workers, whether they be civilian, military, whatever, or Red Cross, whatever the case may be. And then the ongoing logistics and pathfinding where roads and bridges have collapsed. The situation I told you about, I've had teams go off the road in 6x6 trucks because they couldn't hold the road, or all of a sudden you find a place where you thought there was a bridge where all you have now is just, it's cut. And these are, I think, in the future, it's essentially important that all of us that are doing this work have these extra eyes and ears that will be able to guide us to make sure that our very courageous staff members have the utmost protection, and where we have to do evacuations, we know how best and where best to get people out of an area of calamity so they can get the emergency medical services. Next slide, please. Benefits and disadvantages. Okay, some benefits. Real-time visual information, strengthening wireless communication, and early warning systems. Disadvantages. The proper use, maintenance, and repair. So again, we have to factor in and work closely either with the companies or the international or government agencies to be able to train local people how to be able to take care of these technologies and sustain these technologies. Cultural misunderstandings. This, again, people at times can be very suspicious, especially if you're in a war zone where the only way that they know of UAVs is targeting and then killing people. And it's very interesting in terms of how rapidly people can turn around and adapt as long as there's trust involved. There's the need, which is the emergency. But secondly is where you've worked on the trust, and that's where this collaborative effort that Chris and Joel and everyone is talking about between those of us that are the more hands-on, community-based people with those who are more technical. And we're not so technical people from my line of work, but yet we have to have this close communication and coordination, which instills trust with the local community. So this is something that I don't see happening very often, and it's really necessary. And politics and control. I think that was touched on by an earlier speaker. Who controls the technology, especially when you have unsustainable or tyrannical political environments? Which warlord would control this technology and for what purpose? And again, if you're going into a situation cold off of a Navy ship, or if you're, even save the children and you're coming into a situation or world vision and you don't know the community, you don't know who to trust or who not to trust. You don't know who's going to take advantage of it for their own political purpose or their own purpose of suppressing their enemy. And this is where, again, if there is an organization on the ground, there has to be full integration and communication. And then we have to think about the way that if you're in a country that's not your own, what role would either the UN or the embassy of your government have in terms of coordinating those things? Because there does have to be coordination. That you can't do it without proper coordination, and that's why so many of these missions have not worked out so well. And where they have worked out well, it's a combination of having a good international or embassy team working with people on the ground who know the people. And this is something else I would like to see in training, whether it be in the private sector or in the government sector, where these kinds of integrative practicalities are considered as one of the first essentials in performing relief operations. Let's see, next slide, please. The issue of community trust. I think we understand that people who don't understand technology sometimes can fear it. So it's a matter of also, if you're working with local communities where they will have some interaction and using the technology, that before any emergency happens, the training already begins, not to wait until an emergency happens. So it needs to be built into budgets, a training component that would prepare people, especially if you're in an area where there is a possibility that a natural disaster or human disaster could happen. Separation between humanitarian and security. I think we just went over the idea that in many places where people fear anyone in uniform, that if someone comes in uniform, that's part of a peacekeeping, peacebuilding, or humanitarian relief emergency operation, that there's proper coordination with people on the ground who are trusted, so that there can be an entry that is not seen as an invasion. Need for community engagement, clear motives are needed. That's all part of it. Your motives have to be clear, and they have to be expressed clearly even before an emergency happens. And working with the Red Cross and working with local governments and local natural disaster coordinating committees, if we believe that it's possible that there can be the UAV technologies as part of the search and rescue operations or the response, they need to be built into the national disaster. In many places it's called something like natural disaster coordinating committees, and I don't see that happen very often.